The time now is 1:27. We are back on the record. This is the beginning of disc number 2.
Good afternoon. Do you know who Jackie Mathias is?
No, sir. I forgot you were actually even talking to me. No, I do not know who Jackie Mathias is.
How about Melody Schudel?
No.
How about William Gehring?
No, sir.
Have you ever spoken to anyone at the Carroll County Foundation about the Warfield project?
At the Carroll County Foundation?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. I've had conversations about the Carroll County Foundation.
And who did you have those conversations with?
Just one.
And who was that?
Carolyn Babylon reached out to me.
And who is Carolyn Babylon?
Well, I don't know that she currently has any affiliation with the Carroll Foundation, but I believe that she did at one time. And she called me on behalf of the Carroll Foundation to let me know that they were reviewing all of their accounts and to let me know that they were considering as one of those accounts, the Warfield entities, and that she was just checking in to see if as the newspapers were reporting that the entities were in default of their contract. And of course I confirmed that.
So who was it that contacted you?
Carolyn Babylon.
And who is she?
I just said she's a Westminster. I believe she may have had some. Obviously, the Carroll Community Foundation knows Carolyn because they must have reached out to her for her to reach out to me.
All right, but how do you know Carolyn Babylon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Carolyn is she runs a horse equestrian therapy, a hippotherapy camp. And that's how I know her.
Is she a friend of yours?
Not more than an acquaintance.
Have you been out to her therapy camp?
No, I wish that I had. That's what the conversations have been about to that point.
Was she treasurer of your campaign?
Treasurer of my campaign?
Yeah. Was she treasurer of the foundation? Of the Carroll County Foundation?
Sir, I don't know.
All right. So you understood she was calling from the foundation. Is that correct?
No, I understood she was calling about the community foundations, the Carroll Community Foundation's review of all of their accounts.
When you say accounts, these are potential grant partners or grantees. Is that correct?
Potentially. I don't know what that actually means. Those were the words she used.
Okay. And she told you that one of them was the Warfield project, correct?
Yes, that's why she was calling specifically about that.
All right. And she told you that they were going to partner with Warfield or considering partnering with Warfield in the administration of a grant to help advance the project, correct?
She said they were reviewing all of their accounts.
Right. And she asked you, did she ask you or did you tell her that Warfield was in default in its contract with the town?
She called to see if that was still the current status.
And she said she got this from reading your comments in the newspaper, is that correct?
I don't know that they were specifically my comments, but media, yes.
Well, who else has declared that Warfield is in default in the media other than you?
Objection.
I don't know.
Are you aware of anyone making public You've publicly said that Warfield was in default, haven't you?
I have.
Are you aware of anyone else publicly stating that Warfield is in default in its contract with the town other than you?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. And so you told her that Warfield was, quote, still in default in its contract with the town. Is that correct?
I answered affirmatively to her question, yes.
Had Warfield, at the time you told her that, had the town actually issued a formal notice of default to Warfield?
Absolutely.
Did you make that comment with the intent that the Carroll County Foundation would not engage in or would end its partnership or potential partnership with the Warfield development?
No.
You knew, did you not, that when you told them that they were in default in the contract, that would interfere with the Warfield partnership with the Carroll County Foundation? Isn't that correct?
Again, I was answering a question that was posed to me, and I answered it truthfully.
Did you do anything in that conversation to support or defend the Warfield project?
No, I answered her question about their status with our contract.
Did you do anything in that conversation to encourage the foundation to continue its partnership with the Warfield development?
I did not.
We talked about Fred Gossage a little bit before lunch. Who is Fred Gossage?
He's a property, pardon me, I have this mint in my mouth, and he is a property owner of multiple properties on Main Street, among other things. He's a business owner as well on Main Street.
What kind of businesses and properties does he own on Main Street?
He owns one business on Main Street, and it's a State Farm insurance company. And actually, it's his wife's firm that's there. His is in Ellicott City, I believe.
And what properties does he own on Main Street?
Oh, goodness. Several. Is that fair?
Well, just generally, where are they and what are they?
They're on Main Street. They're all historic properties.
And is he developing those properties? Or attempting to?
He has restored multiple properties, and they're all with tenants in them.
They're all what?
They all have tenants in them.
And has he gotten permits from the town for this work?
He's gotten permits. I don't know what he has done that has required permits, but if permits were required, I'm quite sure he's gotten them.
Well, the town has building permits and
Yeah.
use and occupancy permits and things like that, right? All right, and he's gotten those from the town, is that correct?
I assume so.
Is Fred a friend of yours?
He is.
All right, have you ever had him over your house?
Yes.
About how many times?
I don't recall.
And more than 5 or 6?
No.
All right, more than 3?
No. I would say 3 at most.
And have you ever been over to Fred's house?
1 second. Yes.
All right, and how many times have you been over to Fred's house?
2 or 3.
And you've discussed Fred's projects with him when either on the phone or at his house or in other times, correct?
His projects, I'm aware of them because they're happening on my Main Street.
All right, but you've also talked to him about them, haven't you?
Well, absolutely, while they're happening, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who is Jonathan Herman?
Jonathan Herman is a resident and former mayor of Sykesville.
All right, and does he have any projects or properties?
In Sykesville?
Or anywhere that you're aware of?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, what does he have?
He owns a historic house of his own.
Is that in Sykesville?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else?
He owns at least 2 other properties, both historic homes in Sykesville,
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
And has he gotten projects or permits from the town for those projects?
Not that I've been a party to, because I believe any of those projects he's done have happened prior to my tenure.
Does he have any other property or projects in town?
Not that I'm aware of.
Has Jonathan Herman ever been over to your house?
Yes.
How many times has he been to your house?
Well, most of the times he's been over to my house, it's been during projects that his historic home restoration company has been performing.
What do you mean by that?
I own a historic home, and I've had work done that Jonathan has completed. His crew has completed for me.
All right, so what kind of work have you had Jonathan do on your house?
Oh my goodness. Well, my entire house, stem to stern, has been restored. I know that. My pump house, which is an outbuilding on my property, was restored. Jonathan's crew worked on that.
Okay.
I've had some carpentry work done to the exterior of my home
Okay.
as a result of restoring the entire exterior, including painting. And you find rot in a historic wooden house. And so when the painters would reveal that, I had some of that repaired by Jonathan's crew.
Anything else besides the pump house and the carpentry?
Now, these haven't just been one visit, is my point. Like, the carpentry stuff has been, my exterior restoration went on for years and years. So,
Okay.
But no, not that I can think of off the top of my head.
And so when you say the exterior reservation went on,
Preservation, yes, sir.
went on for years and years, what years were those?
2005, I bought the house. I'm sorry, my wife and I bought the house. And I mean, from the beginning, things started right off as soon as we purchased the home. And I would say came to, nothing's ever really finished, but I would say probably between 2005 and the bulk of it, 2011.
Okay.
But I've had 60 plus contractors at my home in that time.
And how about the pump house?
I had 3 contractors on the pump house.
Was Jonathan Herman one of them?
Yes, sir.
And when did Jonathan Herman work on the pump house and his people?
Oh my goodness gracious. I can narrow this down. Just give me a second. I'm going to say roughly, I'm going to narrow it down to a 2-year, confidently to a 2-year window. The pump house restoration, boy, COVID really throws you off. I'm going to say 20, sometime between 2010 and 2012.
Okay. Has Jonathan Herman or his crews done any work on your house since you became mayor?
No.
How much money do you think you've spent with Jonathan Herman over the years?
I'm not sure why that's pertinent.
Go ahead, you may answer.
No, I'm asking why that's pertinent.
Well, you don't get to ask the questions in the deposition, I'm afraid.
I'm trying to be contrary. I just don't know why that's pertinent.
Go ahead, you may answer.
$20,000.
All right. And with respect to Jonathan Herman, how often have you been over to his house?
I've never been in, I'm sorry, I've been in his house once.
Okay.
Yep.
And have you discussed with Jonathan Herman the Warfield project?
I have discussed the Warfield project with Jonathan Herman. Yes.
And isn't it true that you have discussed the project with him frequently and on many occasions?
Objection.
Can you quantify that? I'm not sure what that means.
It's frequently, often.
I'm sure that in the multiple communications I've had with my friend Jonathan Herman, I have brought up the Warfield project, yes.
All right, and you're aware that Jonathan used to be involved in the project, isn't that correct?
I am.
And you're aware that there came a time when he stopped being involved in the project, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you publicly expressed concerns when he was no longer at the project that the only person who knew what he was doing was no longer in the project. You said that, correct?
Didn't say it that way at all, sir, but I did express concerns, and it was because he was, in my mind, the only person who brought a level of, a deep level of experience and expertise with respect to historic preservation, given his, his livelihood.
So what was it that you expressed in public?
As I just said, I believe that's very close to what I said in a public meeting.
All right, and it's your belief that Mr. Herman was replaced on the project by Mr. McLeaf, the gentleman sitting to my right, isn't that correct?
Not at all, sir.
And in fact, you indicated that you and Mr. McLeaf don't get along. One of the reasons is that you believe that he actually replaced Mr. Herman on the project. Isn't that correct?
No, and I didn't say what you just said. I said that communications between Mr. McLeaf and myself can very easily seemingly become contentious, and you asked me why, and I said I don't know. As far as me believing that Mr. McLeaf replaced Jonathan Herman, that would be impossible because they have not the same skill sets.
Would you agree that your comments about the Warfield project and its developers were consistently positive while Mr. Herman was there, and as soon as he left the project, that your public comments since then have been consistently negative?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection.
No, I wouldn't profess that to be the case whatsoever.
All right. If we were to piece together the public comments to show that, would you have any explanation for that change in your attitude at that time, other than the departure of Mr. Herman from the project?
Objection. Assumes a fact not in evidence.
Go ahead, you may answer.
You would have to show me, and then I could probably explain your timeline or whatever it is that you would propose to stipulate that question.
Would you agree that initially when you became a member of the council and for several years, you were generally very consistent and positive in your public comments about the Warfield developers, and that there came a time afterwards that you became consistently negative?
No.
Would you agree with that characterization?
No, I would not.
Would you agree that you have been consistently negative in your public comments about the project since you became elected mayor?
Likely, yes.
All right. Do you have any explanation for why you have been consistently negative in your public comments about the project since you were elected mayor?
I have been consistently negative about the lack of progress at the historic site.
And when you say lack of progress, what specifically are you referring to?
The saving of the buildings, the stabilization, the remediation or mitigation of hazardous materials. Yes, that is specifically.
Are you familiar with the recent progress that the Warfield developers have been made in those areas?
I am familiar with that which has been submitted for a payment from the escrow, if that's what you're referring to.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And is that progress the kind of progress that you were looking for on the project?
No, sir.
So what was it? What is insufficient about these efforts?
Because I'm not aware of the mitigation or removal of the hazardous materials in the buildings.
Anything else besides that?
I'm not 100% sure that all that needs to be shored up has been shored up, because I haven't had access to the building, so I don't know what specific work is still outstanding with respect to keeping the weather out of the buildings.
Have you asked to have access to the buildings?
No, I have not.
All right. Have you done anything to ask the staff or the Warfield developers or anything else for information on that?
No, sir.
All right. If that's a concern, then why haven't you done anything about it?
It's not a concern. It's I was answering your previous question.
Do you have any reason to believe they haven't done those things? Not being aware of the scope of work that is now required post 6 years from purchase, I don't know what of that has been done. So I know what's been done, but I don't know how much more there is to do. Has Mr. Herman, since he's left the project, ever criticized the project developers to you?
No, I've been mostly doing that.
Well, I'm going to get to your criticisms in a minute.
Sure.
But has Mr. Herman ever expressed any criticisms to you of Mr. McLeaf and Mr. Conley, the project developers?
Gosh, that's again a loaded question, because I'm oftentimes reporting my frustration with the lack of stabilization and progress with the preservation of the buildings to when I'm speaking to Jonathan, if it's about Warfield. I'm usually the one doing all the talking. It's difficult, to be honest with you, to answer that question. I'm quite sure that he has been in agreement with me on multiple occasions when I've expressed the lack of saving happening to the buildings that we both care very much about.
And why are you quite sure that Jonathan is in agreement on the multiple times that you've expressed this?
Mostly because I know Jonathan's been a part of the long before I even knew what Sykesville was. Jonathan had invested a great deal of his time, energy, and efforts on the project itself. And so, when you invest that much time and energy into something and it doesn't seem to be going in a positive direction, one could become frustrated about that.
How often in in a given week, do you talk to Jonathan about the Warfield project?
I wouldn't say I talk to him weekly about the Warfield project.
How often in a given month do you talk to Jonathan about the Warfield project?
At most once.
All right, and has that been true since he was removed from the project?
No, I really haven't. I think probably talking to Jonathan with respect to the Warfield project didn't really happen until I decided to run for mayor.
All right, and with respect to Jonathan and the Warfield project, is it your testimony that you can't remember on which occasions he would initiate the concerns or criticisms of the developers and on which occasion you would?
Objection.
Honestly, I don't remember Jonathan ever approaching me about Warfield.
All right, but,
Ever.
but once the conversation comes up in topic,
Yeah.
it's your belief, based on his comments, that he agrees with you. Is that correct?
It's based on my comment I just made to you, yes, that when I'm expressing frustration, he is sometimes mostly frustrated for my sake.
All right, and why is it that you choose Jonathan to confide these concerns?
As I mentioned, Jonathan is very acutely aware of and was participatory in. This was a great part of, his mayoralship and his private life after that.
Have you encouraged Jonathan to consider coming back on to the Warfield project if the town is able to revert some of its interests?
Not at all.
Is that one of the things that you have in your mind, is that Jonathan would come back and work on Warfield?
No, sir.
And why is that not one of the things you would have in mind if you say Jonathan was so successful in this area?
Objection. How can she answer a negative question like that?
Go ahead. Why have you excluded this possibility?
So I actually never commented that Jonathan was so successful along these lines. I'm just saying he invested a lot of his time and efforts into this project, and actually even bringing the town, annexing the parcel, annexing the property into the town. And I mean, I don't know that it's necessary for me to tell you all of the things that Jonathan has been a part of up to the idea of, up to and including 2014. But because I know that he was so much involved, it's no different, I guess, if I could explain it more clearly. It's no different than, having a conversation with any friend about what's going on in your life since the last time we spoke or saw one another. It's that informal.
Have you discussed with Jonathan Herman the town's interest and efforts to revert part of the property to the town?
I have spoken with Jonathan about the where we are currently with the us submitting the executing the reversion agreement. I have told him that.
When you say executing the reversion agreement, what are you speaking of?
Whatever the proper terminology is.
You mean filing the lawsuit?
Sure.
And have you spoken with Jonathan about your deposition being taken?
No, sir.
Have you spoken to Jonathan about the subpoena that was issued for his phone records?
I have spoken to him about that.
And what was that? What did that conversation consist of?
I basically told him that I too received a subpoena for my phone records, and knew that Jonathan did as well, because my attorney was able to tell me that.
Have you spoken with Jonathan? Did you speak with Jonathan about the zoning text amendment?
Not at all.
Did you speak with Jonathan about DHCD or anything that was going on with that department about Warfield?
No, sir.
Did you speak with Jonathan about your vision of the property?
No, just one that, very generally, one of completion, at least with the buildings, being at the minimum a cold, dark shell, so that, they would be of interest to other developers.
So when Jonathan was in the private sector and working with the Warfield developers, was he successful in accomplishing anything at the Warfield site?
I don't know.
Sitting here today, can you point to anything that Jonathan Herman was successful in accomplishing while he worked for the Warfield developers at the Warfield site?
While he worked for the Warfield developers?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Well, while he was in from 2014 on, you understand that from 2014 till about 2017, Jonathan was involved in the private sector working at the Warfield site. You understood that, correct?
Well, I understand he was part of that collaborative or whatever the entity was referred to as, but I don't know what his job was there. So I can't answer your question.
And my question is very simple.
Okay.
During the 3 years that Jonathan was in the private sector working on Warfield, are you aware of him accomplishing any development at the site?
I don't know what the timeline is with his working on the G building itself, which I know preceded 2014, but I don't know when it started versus when it finished in relationship to 2014, April.
All right, let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
I'm not asking you now about anything that occurred or that he accomplished as mayor. My question is only when he was in the private sector. Are you aware of Jonathan accomplishing anything on the Warfield site when he was working in the private sector?
Yes, sir. He was no longer mayor and was part of the private sector when he restored the G building.
All right. Anything else besides the G building?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When you say Jonathan has a lot of experience in developments like this, other than the G building, what experience does he have with developers of this type and magnitude?
Objection as to the characterization of her testimony. She can answer.
Go ahead.
Jonathan's entire career as a historic building restoration company has been in very, saving buildings that, 3 of the 4 walls are falling over. And I only know that because you can go to articles that have been written in the Carroll County Times over the last 20-some plus years, probably 30 years, that speak of those projects.
Did Jonathan Herman join you recently in a site visit with Secretary Day from DHCD at the Warfield site?
Yes.
And why was Jonathan Herman on that site visit?
It was the G building that we were, I had asked Jonathan to speak to Zeteo Tech, his tenant, about providing me, members of the council, and the secretary's team, who was in Sykesville for other reasons, to come look at that particular, to see Warfield from a distance, but also to get in and see the improved G building and learn about the business that was inside of it.
Did the DHCD site visit include anything other than the G building?
Well, it's the only building that we entered, if that's what you mean.
Did you look from the outside at any other aspects of the site?
From the G building location, you can actually see much of the campus.
Did you express any criticism of the Warfield developers to anyone from DHCD?
I did not.
All right. Did anyone from DHCD express any criticism of the developers to you?
No, sir.
What else did the site visit consist of in terms of what buildings did you look at from the outside?
I don't think we looked at any specific building from the outside. We never left the G building parcel.
Has Jonathan given you or anyone else at the town any reports or budgets or estimates or concepts or any other potential plans or outlines for the future of Warfield?
No, sir.
Has he discussed with you any concepts for how Warfield should go forward?
Has he discussed with me any concepts as how it should move forward?
Yeah, in other words, so what should the future of Warfield should be?
Just a finished one.
No, but what specifically?
An adaptively reused campus.
What has Jonathan urged the future of Warfield to be when in his conversations with you?
Objection. She specifically said that he had not urged her to do anything.
Well, she just said adaptive reuse. So my question is, specifically, what has Jonathan told you that he thinks the future of Warfield should be?
An adaptively reused campus.
And when you say adaptively reused, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's 3 examples of it already in 3 buildings, 3 finished buildings. That's, I'm sure, what I'm referring to, and anybody else that would say those words.
All right, so that means you're opposed to new construction on the site?
We are talking about the historic. I believed that that's all we were talking about, so that is what my answer was referencing, was the historic parcel.
Do you share Jonathan Herman's vision and views for the future of Warfield?
Objection.
Go ahead.
For an adaptively reused historic parcel?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Are there any differences concerning the future of Warfield between your vision and Jonathan Herman's?
I don't know.
In your conversations with him, have any differences become apparent to you?
Not in any conversations with him, no.
And have your communications with Jonathan Herman been by both telephone, email, text, and in person?
General communications or specific to Warfield?
Communications of any kind.
Phone calls, text messages, and in person. We are friends.
And what else do you have to communicate with Mr. Herman about besides the Warfield project?
Objection. This is invading her personal life, and I'm going to instruct her not to answer.
Actually, no. I'm not looking for any invasion of the personal life. I'm just looking for general topics of anything other than Warfield that you would talk to him about.
That is not your concern.
Well, it is, because if 100% of our communications are about Warfield, then that's a significant issue.
She said that was not the case.
Well, I'm entitled to inquire.
You are entitled to inquire about Warfield. You are not entitled to pry into her private life.
Let's take a break. Stay on the record. Where do we stand with Judge Titus? All right, well, what I'd like you to do is call Judge Titus's chambers, tell them that we have another issue now, and that relates to refusal to discuss communications with Mr. Herman, and that we would like to have a phone conference this afternoon.
If you are talking to his
Okay,
chambers,
thank you.
Were you talking to his chambers?
She's been asked to call his chambers to set up a
So
phone
that is
conference.
an associate of yours?
What?
That is someone in your office?
Our office is communicating the chambers to set up a phone
You were
conference.
talking to somebody in your office?
Yes.
Okay. If that person communicates to Judge Titus's office without what you just said to your associate or whomever you were speaking to, that is a misrepresentation of the facts.
It is not a misrepresentation
It absolutely
of the facts,
is.
and we're going to continue now. My next question is this. Isn't it true that the majority of your conversations with Mr. Herman are about the Warfield project?
It is not true.
Do you know a person by the name of Lauren Asghari, who I asked you about briefly before lunchtime?
I do know Lauren.
And how do you know Lauren?
Lauren is a property owner of a building on Main Street, well, a couple buildings on Main Street.
All right, and which buildings are those?
Well, one doesn't exist anymore.
Which one is that?
I don't know the house number. I don't know the address, sir.
And what are the other buildings?
On Springfield Avenue. Again, don't know the numbers. They're warehouses.
Okay, and has she received permits from the town?
I don't know.
Does she live in the town?
Where does Lauren? No, she does not live in the town.
Has she ever been at your house?
No, sir.
Is she a friend of yours?
I would say that she is a comrade, but certainly not a friend.
Why do you call her a comrade?
Because she's friendly, and we end up at our local watering hole at the same time on occasion.
Have you discussed with her projects?
To an extent, the Springfield Avenue warehouse project, yes.
All right. Have you discussed with her plans for the future of that project?
Well, her plans, her vision, yes. Yeah,
All right.
sure.
And you're willing to do that, aren't you?
Absolutely, whatever, sure.
Okay. I want to ask you about another meeting of the Sykesville Planning Commission on March 21st, 2022.
Okay.
Were you present when Phil Singleton stated that the limited function of the Planning Commission in reviewing the proposed text amendment was an up or down proposal as it existed without any discussion of alternatives. Were you present at that time?
I was present for that meeting. I don't recall that statement.
Do you agree with that statement?
I guess I'd have to understand it in context.
Well, the context would be the zoning text amendment.
Okay.
And the statement was made that the role of the Planning Commission was to vote it up or down without any consistent discussion of alternatives or amendments. Do you agree with that?
If that's what the chair said, then I wouldn't have anything to say in response because he's the chair of the Planning Commission.
All right, but my question is, as the mayor, do you agree that that is the role of the Planning Commission?
I believe that that's the function of the Planning Commission for all applications.
Was that a limitation that you had publicly and privately imposed upon the Planning Commission?
Objection.
I neither privately nor publicly imposed it.
You would agree that in the past the Planning Commission has entered into amendments of applications, land use applications, isn't that correct?
I do not know.
Why would there be that limitation for the Warfield project?
I don't believe that there was a limitation for the Warfield project.
Do you know who Jeremiah Schofield is?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
He is a member of the town council.
All right. Were you present when he spoke about the need for cooperative negotiations between Warfield and the Planning Commission to get a cooperative review of the proposal?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard of that before?
Jeremiah has spoken of cooperative discussions between the town council and the Warfield entities.
All right. And do you agree with him?
Of course.
All right.
In public.
Well, and has he made requests of you to try to enter into cooperative negotiations?
No. Individually? No.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, I touched my mic.
Well, in any way, has after Mr. Singleton's or after Mr. Schofield said he wanted cooperative negotiations between the Planning Commission and Warfield, what, if anything, did you or the town do to have cooperative negotiations after that?
I don't know when he made that statement, and from a timeline perspective.
Well, can you recall anything that you or the town have done as far as cooperative negotiations, either before or after he made that statement?
I would say that any and every opportunity for the Warfield entities to be part of a public meeting has been welcomed and appreciated.
Why has the town insisted on not having any meetings directly in a public session with the developer?
Objection. So I think that with respect, I think that you need to specify whether you're talking about the town council, which cannot meet in a group.
No, I'm talking about the leadership of the town, you or the town administrator.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Please repeat the question.
Well, why have you been unwilling to, as Mr. Schofield suggested, have cooperative negotiations with the developers?
I'm not opposed to having cooperative negotiations with the developers.
Is it your position that they have to all occur, the negotiations, in a public meeting in front of the mayor and council?
Well, I really would have to ask what the content of those negotiations would be.
Sure. The content
to answer that question.
Content of negotiations would be agreement on a zoning text amendment to allow the project to go forward. Is it your position that those negotiations, that you would require them to be in a public session with the mayor and council?
I'm not sure. I feel like you're blending the role of of town government and that of a negotiator for the town with a private entity, because I don't believe those are the same thing.
Well, you've made no secret of your opposition to the zoning text amendment. What would the developers have to do to get you to agree to a zoning text amendment?
The contents of a zoning text amendment would have to be something that wasn't in direct conflict with the sustainable redevelopment and adaptive reuse of the historic structures and new construction.
And how was the development proposed by the zoning text amendment in conflict with the sustainability and adaptive reuse of the historic buildings?
Because the zoning text amendment request was, as I said earlier today, would have allowed for a 100% residential redevelopment of both the historic structures and the infill vacant parcels, which is in direct conflict.
And how is that in direct conflict with adaptive reuse of historic buildings?
Because the adaptive reuse of the historic buildings and the mixed use development that it has already been agreed to and that the town supports that's in conflict with that.
Well, what is it? How would the construction of the residential component that was envisioned in the zoning text amendment prevent the adaptive reuse of the historic buildings?
It would prevent an adaptive mixed use of the historic buildings.
Oh, because it would prevent other uses along with it, such as commercial or retail? Is that your testimony?
The zoning text amendment the amendment that was being requested itself would not preclude mixed use of the buildings, but what went along with their request was, for the amendment, was included purely residential adaptive use of the historic structures.
Why were you, as mayor, insisting upon a continued commercial and retail component for this project when the market clearly did not exist for it anymore?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. You're assuming that the market does not exist for a mixed-use redevelopment, and I don't agree with you.
Do you have any objective basis to conclude that there was still a market for retail and commercial uses at Warfield? Do you have any rational basis to believe that?
Objection.
Go ahead. You may answer.
Do I have any rational belief?
Do you have any?
It's all around me.
And what is it that's all around you?
Commercial development.
And what commercial development are you referring to?
I'm referring to the restoration of buildings right on Main Street that have been turned into mixed use, and people waiting in line to become tenants and businesses within them.
And which buildings are those?
You name it. You name one that has become available, and it is immediately replaced with a new tenant.
And that's the Main Street?
Successful ones, yes, sir.
Anything else besides that?
I know of a new commercial development happening in the zip code right now. I know that.
Which one is that?
I don't know the name of it. It was supposed to have been a residential development, and it has switched to commercial. I can't speak anymore to the name of it.
Where is it located?
On Route 26.
And what's the nature of the commercial development?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know anything about the specifics of that project?
Other than it was intended to initially and presented as a residential development, and now it is not.
All right. I'll show you what is marked as Exhibit 2. And these are texts that you sent to Councilmember Dyer during the March 21st, 2022 Planning Commission. Do you see those? All right. Do you see the text from you and the text from Bowersox?
From?
To and from Councilmember Dyer. Do you see that?
I'm getting through it. I had to figure out whose bubble was whose.
All right. Have you done that?
Not yet. I'll let you know. Sure. I'm ready.
All right. And whose bubble's whose?
Mine are the ones that are shaded.
Okay. And whose bubbles are Councilmember Dyer?
Well, this thread is with him, sir, so the ones that are not shaded.
That's what I want you to say on the record.
You got it.
Now, for the record, who is Councilmember Dyer?
Mark Dyer?
Yes. All right, now this says Dyer's asking you, are you okay? Are you about to burst? Question mark. Why were you about to burst?
Objection. That assumes a fact not in evidence.
Go ahead. Why is he asking you, are you about to burst?
That's a different question.
Most likely because I have very expressive body language.
And why was your body language expressing that you were about to burst?
Objection assumes a fact not in evidence.
Go ahead.
I really don't recall. I'm sure it had something to do with just the back and forth between members of the Warfield entities that weren't actually at the microphone, speaking with one another in front of us.
All right, and then he says Bowersox phrases our direction as legally problematic.
Right.
You understand that being one of the developers' counsel, correct?
I do.
All right, and then you respond, I wanted Alyssa, attorney here. I did not expect this slippery slope. What slippery slope are you referring to?
The one that I was watching happen with Bowersox using legal jargon and seemingly setting something up with the Planning Commission and the chair, trying to, I felt, catch them in saying something that really didn't mean what he was insinuating.
And what was he insinuating?
I don't remember the words that he was using or what he exactly said, but I do remember him. So are you saying that the mayor told you couldn't do this or something to that effect?
And when you asked, why isn't she here, you said, I forget she had a prior commitment, and we said that our next MTC meeting was more important, but that clearly is now blown to shit.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
I think what it says there, that
Right.
that I really didn't think it was going to be necessary for a legal counsel to be present at our Planning Commission meeting,
All right, and then,
despite the fact that the Warfield entities had their legal representation there, and he was speaking freely from the gallery.
and then Dyer says to you, we were all just talking past each other and not to each other. Why can't we have a charrette with them? Is that not legal? And what's your response to that?
I didn't respond.
But what's your response right now?
There's nothing illegal about a charrette.
All right, so why couldn't you have a charrette here?
We have had plenty of charrettes.
Have you had a charrette with these developers and the town?
I have not.
All right. Has there been, since you became mayor, any charrette involving the Warfield project?
I have not.
And when it was suggested by Councilmember Dyer, why didn't you pursue or agree to something like that to try to reach some consensus here?
Objection.
I'm not sure that you've proven that I haven't.
Well, did you do anything after getting Councilmember Dyer's suggestion to pursue the idea of a charrette so that there could be some attempt at consensus?
No, sir, I did not. Beyond maybe a follow-up conversation with him, but I don't even know that I did that.
And why did you not do that?
I don't know. Perhaps I just don't. I don't know.
Are you afraid that a charrette might result in a consensus for the project going forward?
I would love a consensus. No, sir, I'm not afraid of that.
If you would love a consensus, what have you done to promote or produce a consensus concerning the Warfield project and its future?
I have served as mayor and run through the public process of reviewing and voting on an application for a zoning text amendment that seems to be the thing that makes any progress contingent. It's resting on a change in zoning. And I went through the public process of that.
Anything else?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 3 and ask you to take a look at this. And these are texts between you and Councilmember Groff during the Planning Commission meeting on March.
I can't see it.
Hold just a minute. I need my reading glasses.
Take your time.
And I don't have any because I refuse to admit that I need them.
Okay.
But I cannot see this.
All right.
Oofa.
Wow, even. so I'm wearing my contacts, so these aren't helping, and I can't see it.
What strength do you have?
I'm sorry?
What strength do you need?
No, it's not. It's that I have my contacts in, and
Okay.
I thought, ordinarily when I can't read something, I'm like, I need my readers, but that's not going to help me if I have them.
No, look at you.
I'm trying.
There we go. This is the greatest videographer known to man.
There we go. Thank you.
Now, this is a discussion, for the record, who is Councilmember Garoff?
Elizabeth Guroff?
And this is a discussion about limitations being placed on the Planning Commission as to whether they can give a yes or no vote or negotiations. And you wrote, quote, what needs to happen is that our PC, the Planning Commission, needs to be better prepped. I took too much for granted about this evening. What is it that you're referring to?
That they were better prepped to present whatever it was they were trying to communicate, because I don't believe that they sounded like they were, when in fact I just assumed they would have been.
Well, who prepped them?
Prepped for the meeting. I would like to think that they all had reviewed all the documentation and knew what their opinion was on the application.
What did you do to make sure they were prepped?
Absolutely nothing, sir.
What are you familiar about in terms of how they were prepped?
I don't know what you mean by prepped. I mean just prepared as I prepare for my meetings when I'm running a meeting.
Well, you're the one that used the word prepped in your text.
Yes, I would have liked to have seen them present themselves in a way that was more consistent with visually feeling confident about whatever it was they were saying. I felt there were a lot of questions in their comments, or open-ended comments that led to questions.
And then another statement you said is, quote, and if they had a fucking vision for the property, they'd not need the Planning Commission to offer suggestions for them.
Can you just tell me where you are on the page?
It's down to it later in the page if we've got the...
In the shaded?
Yes. And what are you referring to about that?
You're going to have to read it again. I'm so sorry.
And if they had a fucking vision for the property, they'd not need the PC to offer suggestions to them. What did you mean by that?
If they had a vision for development,
Well, didn't the text amendment and accompanying proposals reflect a vision for the development?
it in my opinion, reflected cramming as much residential into the space possible. And I don't find that very, very visionary,
All right. And what was not visionary about that?
because it, as I just said, looks like they were they had a particular amount of space and had presented to the commission and the and the council a drawing that showed as many rooftops that could fit as possible in a specific space.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 4, and these are also text during the Planning Commission meeting on March 21st at 7:39 p.m. with Jana Antrobus. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Who is Jana Antrobus for the record?
Staff member.
All right, and staff member for what?
She's a town staff.
All right, but what is her specific responsibility as the staff member?
Several, I'm sure, but with respect to the Planning Commission,
Yes.
at that time, I believe she was serving as the staff liaison.
All right, and she was the chief staffer for the Planning Commission. Isn't that correct?
The chief staffer?
Yes.
She was serving as the liaison from up to the Planning Commission as part of her role as a town staff member, yes. I just don't know what chief staffer means, but okay.
All right, and then you said, ask Joe, please, forward, can Jeremiah make a motion for a 5-minute recess so I can speak to him and Phil? This Plan B talk has to stop. Do you see that?
I do see that. This one I can see.
All right, and who is it that you were texting Jana Antrobus, isn't that right?
Looks like it.
And for the record, who is Joe?
Joe Cosentini, town manager,
And who is Jeremiah?
town council member.
All right. And what is being asked here about Jeremiah to make a motion for a recess so that he can be spoken to him and Phil? This Plan B has to stop. Why were you saying that?
I'm really not sure. I don't recall.
Well, in fact, at that very moment, right before 7:39 p.m. on the tape, the Planning Commission is discussing a alternative plan to try to come up with some kind of consensus for the project. Isn't that correct?
If you say so.
And you, at that point, were trying to get the meeting recessed, and to get Jeremiah to make a motion to recess so that you could talk to him and Phil to stop the Plan B, the alternative. Isn't that correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And why were you trying to get the Planning Commission to recess so you could talk to Jeremiah and Phil and to stop them from considering an alternative to reach a consensus?
Not sure I recall. I just, like as I mentioned, probably the same reason why Mark Dyer asked if I was ready to burst was because of Warfield's legal counsel becoming very active in the conversation. And I didn't like the direction that was going.
And why did you think, as mayor, you could be at the Planning Commission and simply through text get a 5-minute recess so that you could go talk to the chairman of the Planning Commission and change the direction of the Planning Commission meeting?
No, I didn't want to change the direction of the Planning Commission's meeting. I wanted them to take a beat because I was fearful that the direction that it was going from a litigious perspective.
Well, from a litigious perspective, they were actually discussing a way to try to come to some consensus when you tried to bring a halt to the Planning Commission meeting right in the middle of the meeting. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Were you successful in getting them to stop the meeting so that you could talk to the chair?
I don't even believe this message was even received.
Well, what makes you mean received by Ms. Antrobus?
Yes, in live time.
And what makes you think that this message was not received by Ms. Antrobus in live time?
Because her phone was not accessible to her.
And did she tell you that?
No.
Well, then how did you know that her phone was...
Because I never saw her go for her phone.
All right, so she just didn't pick it up, is that right?
I don't know. I never saw the phone.
You don't have any doubt, do you, Mayor, that you sent this text to Ms. Antrobus, isn't that correct?
I don't understand the question. I clearly sent this text to Janet Antrobus. It says so right here.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
And when you sent it to her, you sent it to her at 7:39 p.m. on Monday, March the 21st, right in the middle of the Planning Commission meeting. Isn't that correct?
Apparently so, yes.
Okay. Do you consider this interfering or obstructing with the planning, or attempting to obstruct with the Planning Commission meeting?
Objection.
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Objection. Again, you keep asking the witness questions about things that didn't happen that are impossible to answer.
Well, why do you feel this did not constitute obstruction of a or interference with a Planning Commission meeting?
Because
Objection.
Go
You
ahead.
can't, if the witness can answer about why a thing wasn't something else, then the witness can answer that.
I already explained why I felt that they needed to take a beat.
Have you ever interfered with a Planning Commission meeting like this before?
I never have at all.
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Have you ever sent a text to try to get the chairman to recess the Planning Commission meeting so you could speak to them?
Absolutely not.
And when you say absolutely not, why would this be unprecedented, what you were doing here?
Again, don't understand the question.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 5, which is the opinion of the state open meetings ruling. You see this?
What are you drawing my attention to?
First of all, the opinion itself. You've read this before, correct?
Absolutely.
And you led the efforts to have this appealed unsuccessfully to the circuit court, correct?
I wouldn't say I
Objection.
led the efforts.
Did you support the efforts?
Yes.
And one of the things on page 1 is that the Open Meetings Act, the board found that you were texting with other council members about Warfield during the March 21st, 22 planning board meeting. Do you deny that you were doing that?
That I-
Objection.
Go
The
ahead.
paragraph to which you are referring summarizes the complainant's allegations. They are not findings.
Well, do you deny that you were texting other council members about the Warfield project during the March 21st, 2022 planning board meeting?
No, I was not texting other town council members during the planning commission meeting about Warfield.
So it's your position that you never did that, is that correct?
No, it's my position that I was not texting other town council members about the Warfield project.
What were you texting them about?
About the meeting itself and about the things that the Warfield entity's legal representative was saying.
Well,
That I felt was smelled like litigiousness.
you don't think that's texting about the Warfield project?
I mean, it's not about the project at all.
What project is it about if it's
It's
not about Warfield?
My texts were not about the project.
Do you admit that your texts were about what was happening in front of the Planning Commission when it was considering the Warfield text amendment?
Sure.
All right. And with respect to that, you admit that you were texting members of the county of the town council during the Planning Commission meeting about what was occurring concerning the Warfield text amendment right in front of you at that meeting. Isn't that correct?
Sure.
All right. And the opinion of the Open Meetings Board also found that there was a presence of a quorum at the council on February 7th and February 21st by virtue of these texts that were going back and forth.
Objection. That is not the fight. You're characterizing the decision. That's not what the opinion says, and the opinion speaks for itself, and I'm going to direct the witness not to answer that question.
Do you agree that you were texting a majority of the members of the council when you were sending these texts?
No.
How many council members were you texting?
3 individually.
When you say individually, how many members of the town council are there?
So, of course, the total was 4, sir.
All right, but how many members total of the town council are there?
7, sir.
All right, so you were texting 4 of the 7. 4 of the 7 were on these texts, correct?
Objection.
They were not serial texts.
Oh, so you were texting them individually?
Yes, that is what I said.
Objection.
Were the others copied?
You are mischaracterizing the exhibits that you gave her. There's been nothing that establishes that Councilman Schofield was involved in these conversations.
All right, but you were texting, at least 4 of you were involved in these texts. Is that correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
I can't answer yes to that question because the way you're asking it,
Well, how many people were involved in these texts?
2.
And who were they?
Me and 1 other council member.
Who was that?
Depends which one you're talking about.
No, so in other words, you were texting 3 others, just not at the same time.
Objection.
Is that your testimony?
You asked, as she was objecting, if there was, if anyone was carbon copied on them, and the answer is no.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 6, and this is an email with Phil Singleton, the chairman of the Sykesville Planning Commission. First of all, the initial emails are with Lauren Hanratty. Who is she?
Resident of the town of Sykesville.
And is she someone that you have communicated with about the Warfield project and the Warfield text amendment?
I'm going to object because the initial emails are from Mr. McCleve.
All right, go ahead.
What was your question, sir?
Have you communicated with Lauren Hanratty about the Warfield project and the Warfield text amendment?
Yes, I have.
Did Lauren Hanratty attend some of the community meetings with Warfield and then report back to you about what was said at those meetings?
Yes, she has.
All right. And why have you been in touch with her about what's going on in the community meetings?
Objection. Go ahead.
Why have I?
Yes.
I have been the recipient of her communications.
All right. And have you communicated back to her?
Absolutely.
And what have you said to her?
Depends what communication you're speaking of.
Is she an opponent of the Warfield project?
An opponent of
Yes.
the Warfield project?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that.
All right. I'm going to ask you about a comment that you've made, quote, in these emails. I'm so tired of the lies to the public, most of which are intended to paint the town, elected officials, staff, and commissioners in a bad light.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
Yes, I typed it here in this message on March 7th, the evening of the Planning Commission meeting, that Warfield had fallen off the agenda.
And what lies to the public are you referring to?
All of the ones that are being told mostly by your clients about myself and or decisions that the council has made.
And what lies were they?
Well, you've actually asked me several of the questions this morning, earlier before lunch, I guess, so this morning, that are based in the false narrative that has become pretty popular.
Well, you've said that my client has lied about you and the public. Mm-hmm. And what specific falsehoods are you referring to?
That I made promises during my campaign about taking the buildings back.
Anything else?
You could come up with some more if I tried.
Well, I'm asking you right now. You've made a serious accusation here that my clients, the developers, have lied to the public about you.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, what specific lies were these?
That I am opposed to affordable housing, that I don't understand the definition of affordable housing, workforce housing specifically. That I think that's enough for now.
Are you opposed to affordable housing?
Not at all.
What efforts have you as a mayor or council member made since you've been in public office for the last decade to bring affordable housing to Sykesville?
Can I step back real quick and then please remember that question? Because the reason why this message was written and the fact that I'm talking about the lies is the one contained in Mr. McLeaf's email that was forwarded to me in the first place, which led to this email to Phil Singleton.
And which lie is that you are alleging?
It says, we will be sending additional information out to you covering some of the topics we discussed in the coming days. In addition, we hope to have the updated website up and running later this week with the goal of providing real-time information about the zoning amendment currently before the town's planning commission. We mentioned last Thursday that Warfield was on tonight's planning commission agenda. Here comes the lie. Unfortunately, the town asked to remove Warfield from the agenda tonight, and we obliged. We agreed to this on the condition that the town have a special planning commission meeting later in March dedicated solely to Warfield. The full story here is that the planning commission staff requested on behalf of the planning commission for documentation to be presented in a timely fashion prior to the meeting dated March 7th, so that the Planning Commission would have time to review that documentation. And when it was requested and promised, and then requested again and promised, and then requested again, it was determined that the documentation had not arrived on time for it to be remaining on the agenda.
And what documentation was that?
That would be any and everything that was requested by staff supporting their application.
And how soon before the meeting was the documentation requested?
I'm not sure, sir, but I'm sure standard operating procedures would have allowed for plenty of time. When the meeting was put on the schedule for the Planning Commission would have been the time that the request was likely made for supporting documentation.
Well, you don't actually know when the request was made, do you?
No, I do not.
Now, what have you done in the decade that you've been a mayor and town council member in Sykesville to bring affordable housing to Sykesville?
Objection.
What have I done in the decade before being mayor?
No, in the decade you've been in public office.
Yes.
As first council member and then mayor, what, if anything, have you ever done to bring affordable housing to Sykesville?
Currently, I have. We've been, as part of the comprehensive plan and as a part of just discussions with staff, we've been, and with my education with MML and we'll just say MML conferences, I've learned about what kinds of opportunities a small town like Sykesville and their elected officials can do to advance the opportunity for affordable housing. But as of yet, there have been no policies put in place.
And what, if anything, has the town done during the decade that you've been a public official of the town to bring affordable housing to Sykesville?
None that I'm aware of that I can speak to, I should say.
Do you agree that Sykesville needs more affordable housing?
I agree that there is a housing shortage in the United States, and specifically in Maryland. We're down about 120,000 domiciles, I understand. Whether or not Sykesville needs more affordable housing is yet to be determined.
All right, well, I'm not asking you about the state of Maryland or the United States. I'm
Right.
asking you about the municipality of Sykesville.
Well, I believe I answered your question.
All right, well, no, I want to focus on Sykesville.
Okay.
Do you agree that there is a shortage of affordable housing in the town of Sykesville?
Objection.
You said objection?
You cannot.
I believe that there is a need for a certain inventory that, real estate is incredibly expensive, and values of homes continue to climb in Sykesville for obvious reasons. And I'm not naive to the fact that there are individuals who have grown up here that can't afford to buy a new home, and new families that can't afford to buy a new single-family home, whether that's here in Sykesville or anywhere. I understand that's the case.
All right, I'm not asking you whether there are people who grew up in Sykesville that can't afford a home. I'm asking you a very different question.
Okay.
Do you believe, given the inventory of existing housing in Sykesville, that there is a significant shortage of affordable housing in the municipality of Sykesville? Do you agree with that?
When you say affordable, I mean, I'm bringing up different sects of people, like different groups of people, like new families. And when you say affordable housing, what are you referring to?
Workforce housing, housing for people with moderate incomes, housing for people who with incomes, family incomes of less than $100,000. The typical definition of workforce housing. Do you agree that Sykesville has a significant shortage of affordable housing within the municipality?
I think that there is a limited number of options for individuals as you've just described it.
Why hasn't Sykesville done more or done anything to address the affordable housing shortage within its borders?
Objection, if you know, keeping in mind that this witness is not the corporate designee.
Go ahead.
I can't say that nothing has been done.
Why have you as a mayor haven't done anything?
As I mentioned earlier, we have not put in place any policies, but that doesn't mean I haven't done anything.
Well, what have you done other than go to conferences to deal with this deficit of and shortage of affordable housing within Sykesville?
I am in communication with people on the accessory dwelling unit committee, and there's to have a report out in June, and I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I that's all I can tell you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 7. This is an email to Chairman Singleton again. This is February 7th. You're a rock star, Phil. The council appreciates your thoughtful comments this evening and globally your approach with these applicants. I have an email from a resident. Phil had a great questions that need to get in the open. 1,400 people in a town growing by a third. Good work and thank you, Phil. Why did you send this to the chairman thanking him?
Because I wanted him to know that this compliment had come from a resident.
And who was the resident that sent you that compliment?
I do not recall.
And what was it about Mr. Singleton's approach that evening and globally that you approved?
I do not recall.
Was the global approach that you approved that he was going to submit the project to an up or down vote and make sure that it was down?
Objection.
I do not recall what is behind this compliment.
Do you deny that what I just said is true, that what you liked about his approach is that he wasn't going to negotiate with the developers, it was going to be an up or down vote, and the vote was going to be down?
Objection assumes the fact not in evidence.
Is that what you liked about it?
No, I would deny what you just said.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 8. And these are emails which also involve Al Grassley and Mr. Schofield. Who is Al Grassley?
He's another town council member.
All right, and take a minute and look this over.
I'm not part of this.
After the town council meeting, or after the planning commission meeting on March 21st, did you meet with the town manager and members of the council to discuss the Warfield project?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm just catching up here.
Did you meet, did you?
No,
Give her a minute to read it.
I'm reading the
All right, take your
papers that you
time.
passed along. Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready.
Why is the date of... Oh, here it is. Okay.
All right, did you meet with the,
No, I'm not done. I was looking for the date of this first email, and I found it on the front of the packet. Okay, go ahead.
did you meet with the town manager and the mayor and council to discuss the status of the Sykesville project after the March 21st planning board meeting?
No, sir.
And here we have the comment that from Schofield, he says coming back with an alternative is not a horrible outcome. Did you agree with that?
I don't even
Objection.
remember being a part of this thread, so I don't know what this is. I don't really know what I'm looking at.
All right, so you're not familiar and don't remember this thread at all, is that correct?
I don't even know, am I on this thread? I don't see my name in the recipient
All right.
lists.
Did Mr.
So I'm not. I'm not on here.
Did Mr. Schofield tell you, separate and apart from this thread, that he thought coming with an alternative would not be a horrible idea?
No, sir. I don't remember any conversation with them about this meeting whatsoever.
Did you or the council have any discussion about getting Warfield to come up with a alternative idea?
Did we ever have a discussion
Yes.
about them coming up with an alternative idea?
Yeah, after the March 21st meeting.
No.
Why not?
Objection. Same objection about answering a negative.
It's the oddest questions that you're asking me. I don't know how to answer. When I say the answer is no, we have not, and then you say why not, well, it just must not have been either a consideration or it was discussed and I don't recall the contents of a discussion, or there was no discussion. I can't answer the question.
Mayor Link, why do you think it's an odd question as to whether the mayor and council would try to come up with a way to move the project forward after your own planning commission had rejected it?
No, you asked me why we wouldn't.
Yes,
And
exactly.
I'm not saying that we didn't have a conversation or that we did, but
Well, did you?
I don't know.
And why don't you know if you had that conversation?
Objection.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Now you're just arguing with the witness.
I'll rephrase the question. After the planning commission meeting on March 21st, do you have any recollection of any discussions among the mayor and council, either formally or informally, about trying to find an alternative way to move the Warfield project forward?
I do not recollect any specific conversation with the council, whether that be an open or closed session regarding that topic. I will tell you that the general feel of the council is that the feel of the council is a result of the narrative that is continuously being shared by Mr. McLeaf, and that is things like, we are going to hold out until the state forces them to change their zoning. And so when these things are being heard by the council, it really limits one's trust and faith in the opportunity for negotiations or for discussions regarding these types of things. Whether or not we ever had a conversation after the March 21st Planning Commission meeting about that specifically, I cannot speak to it.
So is that why you have the mayor and council, in all likelihood, had no conversations among themselves about how to move the project forward after it was rejected by the Planning Commission?
I have no idea if members of the town council, had conversations amongst themselves.
Are you telling me that the rejection of the project or the antipathy of the mayor and council to the project was not to the development but to the developer?
No, I'm saying what I said, which is the opportunity for the developer to provide us with their plan was given. We received a plan, and it was distasteful to look at.
And why was it distasteful?
Because
to look
it
at?
looked like it was that the space was just being crammed full of houses. Okay. There was nothing creative about it. It was not mixed use, and it is what it is.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 9, which are the official minutes of the April 11th, 2022 meeting. Do you see this? It says Mayor Link on page 3 says, explain the Planning Commission recommended denial of the petition because it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and the established planned employment center zoning. Planning Commission members gave the developers an opportunity to come back with the revisions to the submitted amendment, but the developers had not provided any additional information since the special meeting. But the developers did develop a revised proposal, isn't that true?
From when to when?
Within the weeks after April of the Planning Commission denial in March, isn't that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Was the zoning text amendment proposed by Warfield inconsistent with the comprehensive plan?
According to the Planning Commission.
Do you have any, sitting here today, do you have any reason yourself to say or describe how the zoning text amendment proposed by Warfield was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan?
That was the Planning Commission's report back to us.
I understand that, but do you have any...
I didn't make that comment.
All right, but do you have any knowledge about how or why it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan?
I can't speak to that.
Do you have any knowledge as to how or why the zoning text amendment proposed by Warfield would be inconsistent with the planned employment center zoning?
Yes.
And what is that?
Because it not only afforded the potential and all likelihood, given their presented plan that coincided with their amendment, that there would be no more commercial development of any kind, less another quasi-residential development for retirement living.
And when you reference commercial development, what commercial development specifically were you seeking?
Anything in keeping with I feel like I answered this question in the very beginning of this morning's questioning. Do you want me to repeat it?
Give me some examples of the type of commercial development you were seeking. Zateo Tech, as an example, is
a company that has been quite successful occupying one of those buildings and is growing. They are contractors for, I understand them to be defense contractors. There's oftentimes a lot of talk, has been for a long time, a lot of talk about, well, you would see it in the literature, in the marketing literature put forth by the Warfield entities, even as recently as this last, I would say, 18 to 24 months, advertising this sale of certain parcels for retail.
Anything else?
No.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 10. This is an April 21st, 22 email from Mr. Bowersox to Mr. Cosentini with copies to the developers. And they say here, Warfield has been requesting a meeting with the mayor since she was a candidate. We'd like to meet with the mayor as we discussed. You were aware that this request for a meeting was made as well, isn't that correct?
Objection.
The one when I was a candidate, or this one on this date?
This one on this date.
I suppose so. I'm sure that Joe would have never not told me about this, but we did talk. I don't know if this was the date that I recall, but Joe was informing me of their requests to meet.
All right, and you declined to meet with them at this time as well, isn't that correct?
I declined to meet with them at every opportunity that was asked of me unless it was in a public forum.
And Warfield also requested here that the town council and you send Warfield's existing proposal back to the Planning Commission to complete its evaluation, report, and recommendation. Isn't that correct?
Objection. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure how you want me to answer a question based on an exhibit that is 16 pages long and I haven't even looked at it yet. Like, why do I have it? What do you want me to attend to?
Well, it's not 16 pages long for
Okay.
first.
Well.
It's 5 pages. And secondly,
Okay.
Warfield made
sorry.
a very specific request here that this be sent back to the Planning Commission to complete its evaluation, report, and recommendations. Did you do so? Do you understand my question?
No, sir. I'm distracted by the fact that I'm trying to read this. Would
Right.
you? Do I need to read it to answer your question?
No. My question is,
Okay.
did you as mayor agree to return the zoning text amendment and remand it to the Planning Commission so that there could be a full and productive discussion between the Planning Commission and the applicant about this project and the zoning text amendment?
Objection.
Did you agree to that?
No, I don't believe a formal request was made.
Well, you were aware this email was sent to the town manager requesting that. Isn't that correct?
As I mentioned, I'm quite sure I was made aware of this email if it was sent to Joe and it had something to do with that would require action on the part of the council.
And you did not agree to this either. Isn't that correct?
By you, do you mean she individually or the council as a whole, which
Well,
has the power to
you
act?
individually is what I'm asking right now.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to make that decision independently.
Well, actually, you control the agenda of the council as the mayor. Isn't that correct?
I would say that I have a pretty good handle on it, yeah.
All right, and you would have the ability to put on the agenda a request to remand this to the Planning Commission for further consideration if you wish to. Isn't that correct?
I suppose so, yeah.
And you did not do that, did you?
No, I did not.
All right, and then He states here, in telephone conversations, you've expressed a desire to exclude Mr. McLeaf from any meetings with the mayor that she may agree to and instead meet separately. That's accurate, isn't that correct?
No, I'm sorry. Read that again.
Mr. Bowersox says that in telephone conversations, you have expressed a desire to exclude Mr. McLeaf from any meeting with the mayor that she may agree to and instead meet with you meeting with him separately. Have you expressed a desire to exclude Mr. McLeaf from meetings?
I don't know who the pronouns are that what you're reading.
The pronouns are Mr. Bowersox to Mr. Constantini.
Okay, that's
That's
helpful.
who's communicating. And he says, Mr. Bowersox, the local attorney representing the project, says, in telephone conversations, you have expressed a desire to exclude Mr. McLeaf from any meeting with the mayor that she may agree to, and perhaps you meeting with him separately. Had you expressed to the town manager that you did not want to meet with Mr. McLeaf individually?
That is correct.
All right. And is
Thank
that
you.
for the reason stated that you just didn't seem to get along with him?
No, it was never because I never said that. I never said that today. I said that I was not willing to meet with the developer or the property owner behind closed doors, first and foremost. But the latest request to meet with me, I agreed to, but I said that I would not have that meeting with Steve McLeaf there.
Why? And why wouldn't you have Steve McLeaf there?
Because my experience to date has been that, and that is not a productive use of time.
And why is it not a productive time to meet with one of the principals of the development, Mr. McLeaf?
Because of the contentiousness that Mr. McLeaf has historically presented himself.
And when was he contentious?
Well, I mean, I could refer back to a 2020 council meeting that you referenced earlier, sir, that was that is available. It's a publicly recorded video recorded meeting where he a couple meetings actually. I don't have the dates of the other one, of both of them, but where Steve has seemingly very easily become contentious.
I'll show you what is marked as Exhibit 11. And this is a email involving Mr. Constantini. And you say, hey, Joe, the only other thing I want to discuss with you regarding your notes feedback about the not about assisted living and senior housing are you be included in non-residential. Mm-hmm. And then you go on to discuss this at some length.
Okay.
Were you having discussions with members of the town council or planning commission about how assisted living and senior housing were being treated in the Warfield proposal?
No, sir.
Why were you bringing this up with the town manager?
I was seeking clarification
What clarification were you seeking?
that a nursing home or, which I just referenced earlier here, that a nursing home or senior retirement homes are considered commercial, but they are residential.
Well, they would have been permitted in the zoning text
Yes.
amendment that was proposed by Warfield. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And it is because this would be considered commercial that it would allow for the entire, their zoning text amendment, an approved zoning text amendment would allow for nearly 100% residential development if you look at retirement homes as being residential, even though they qualify as commercial.
Well, isn't it true that assisted living and senior housing are already a permitted use under the existing zoning ordinance at
Yes.
Warfield now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 12, Town Newsletter for spring 2022. And this is from you to the community, your column as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this point, you knew the town council was going to reject the planning commission's recommendations. Isn't that correct?
I don't know when this was written.
Well, it's written in the spring of 2022. It was obvious to you after the planning commission rejected the Warfield text amendment that the town council would do the same. Isn't that correct?
Objection. I think you're trying to tie two things together when this is from 2022 and the meetings you're referring to were in 2023.
Well, no, we're not tying anything together yet, okay?
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
I'll rephrase the question. One of the things that you are asking the community to do is to show up en masse. And you said it is utmost importance to me and the town council that we include public opinion in our decision-making process. The only way is to hear from you, every single one of you. This is not the first time I've asked you to show up. I'm depending on you to show up again. Isn't that correct?
Is what correct, sir? That I wrote that?
Yes.
Yes, as you read it.
All right. And this was in 2022, April of 2022, the very same year that the Planning Commission had denied the zoning text amendment. Isn't that correct?
Well, yes, it is the same year, but again, I don't know when this was written versus like what you're trying to tie it to. I don't understand.
When you say town council meeting to deal with Warfield, the only council meeting to deal with Warfield was to consider whether or not to affirm the Planning Commission's denial of Warfield, the Warfield zoning text amendment, which occurred in March of 2022. Isn't that correct?
When you say the only town council meeting, why are you bringing that up? I don't.
Well, first of all, you're not allowed to ask questions. Okay.
Then I can't answer your question because I don't understand it.
All right. Isn't it true that there was one meeting of the mayor and council to consider Warfield after the Planning Commission's denial, in which it also, later that June, similarly denied the zoning text amendment? It affirmed the Planning Commission's denial. Isn't that correct?
That's an accurate statement.
All right. And this newsletter was sent prior to that meeting, correct? This was in the spring prior to that June meeting, correct?
This would have been prior to the public hearing.
Right. And what you're trying to do is to build a crowd at the public hearing to support a decision you already knew the mayor and council were going to make, which was to reject the text amendment, the Warfield text amendment. Isn't that correct?
No, that's objection. No, that's not true.
Well, you weren't trying to get supporters of Warfield out, were you?
I was trying to get as many residents to come out to provide the town council with their input so that we could make an informed decision.
Were you successful in getting opponents to show up?
Objection.
Go ahead, you
Was
may
I
answer.
successful in getting opponents
Opponents
to
of
show up?
Warfield to show up?
I was successful in getting this message out because there were a lot of people there.
Do you know who Owen McAvoy is?
Yes, sir.
Have you had discussions with Deputy Secretary McAvoy about this project?
Yes, I have.
Showing you what is marked as Exhibit 13. I'll ask you if these are among the communications that you've had. Why is it that you were willing to communicate with Deputy Secretary McAvoy about the development, but not with the developers themselves?
The timeline goes like this. In the fall of 2022, I was given the opportunity to meet Secretary Holt at MML Fall Conference. And the reason why I was moved to speak with him directly, to introduce myself and speak with him, was because there was a lot of buzz amongst the state elected officials, and when I say that, I mean delegates and senators, about this project, and questions regarding the, how can I say, the validity behind I want to take a pause here so that I can do this as succinctly as possible because there's a lot I'd like to say. My memory is that prior to MML 2022 Fall Conference, staff had reached out to, DHCD staff had reached out to Sykesville town staff about that $750,000 and the grant that I'm referring to, of course, and why the town wasn't willing to act as a conduit to pass the awarded money to the developer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And the questions that I was receiving from county and state elected officials about that indicated that they were misinformed or ill-informed about why the town was, quote unquote, being uncooperative. And my intention in speaking with the secretary was to inform him about why it was that we just simply could not serve as that conduit, for lack of better terms, to pay the contractors directly the money from the grant upon completion of work. Okay?
And what was the town's position as to why it could not serve as a conduit for the catalytic tax credit?
It wasn't the catalytic tax credit,
Which
Mr.
tax
Maloney.
credit was it?
It was the $750,000 grant.
All right, and why
Award.
was it the town's position that it could not serve as a conduit for the $750,000 grant?
Because it is against our charter.
And what is it in the charter that precludes the town as serving as a pass-through for the grant?
Simply that. It precludes serving as a pass-through for the funding for a private entity.
Well, you had contractual obligations, though, to the project and the development. Did you ever attempt to get an opinion from the Attorney General of Maryland as to whether or not you could do this?
Our charter prohibits paying private entities directly as being serving as a pass-through for money that needed to be awarded to the developers.
Was it the town's position that not only that it could not serve as a pass-through, but it would discourage entities like the Carroll County Foundation from doing so as well? Was that the town's position?
Not whatsoever, sir.
Looking at your email here in this exhibit
Yep.
on Tuesday, May 3rd at 9:51 a.m. to Deputy Secretary McAvoy, which goes on for a page and a half, you would agree that this is longer than any communication you ever had with the Warfield developers about their project. Isn't that correct?
Objection.
I would undoubtedly agree with that comment.
And why were you willing to have lengthy communications with DHCD about what should go at Warfield, but not with the developers themselves?
I never spoke with DHCD about what should go at Warfield.
Well, actually, you went into some detail here as to components of the project, didn't you?
No, I went into some detail about how the tax credits work.
Off the record.
Time now is 3:10. We are going off the record.
When you say that assisted living and senior housing are already allowed for the Warfield site under the existing zoning ordinance, what do you mean by that?
It's a permitted use?
Yes.
Yeah.
So is skilled nursing a permitted use right now for the Warfield site?
Yes?
Is assisted living a permitted use right now under the Warfield site?
Yes.
Is memory care a permitted use right now under the Warfield site?
I'm not sure if that was one of the add-in verbiage. I don't recall.
How about independent living? Is that a permitted use under the Warfield site?
Yes.
So, if the town is successful in...
Microphone, he wants you to put the,
It's on your book.
it's right there.
So if the town is successful in this litigation in obtaining reversion to the town of some of the Warfield property, what's your intention as to what the town is going to do with it?
Stabilize the buildings.
Anything else?
By virtue of stabilizing the buildings, and which would include, hopefully, accomplishing cold, dark shells. Cold, dark shells.
So in other words, you're going to stabilize the buildings to get them to a condition of cold, dark shells, is that correct? Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
And is your belief that the buildings will become marketable once they are cold, dark shells?
I do.
And what is the basis for that belief?
Just believe that that's exactly how the 3 buildings that are currently occupied became a thing.
Anything
I
besides
got to start
that?
with that.
Anything besides that?
No, sir.
Have you discussed with Mr. Herman the concept of getting these buildings to cold, dark shells?
What, the concept of it?
Yes.
I mean, I know what a cold dark shell is. I don't need someone to explain that to me.
I'm not asking you whether you
Oh.
needed him to explain it to you. I'm asking you a different question. Have
Okay.
you discussed with Mr. Herman the idea of the town getting these to cold, dark shells?
Discussed it? I'm sure I said that to multiple people. Whether or not I've said it to Jonathan, I don't know.
Have you discussed with Jonathan whether or not he could become involved either in getting the buildings to cold, dark shells or in dealing with the marketing or renovation of the buildings after they become cold, dark shells?
No, sir.
Do you have any kind of cost estimate as to how much it would cost to get the buildings into cold, dark shells?
No.
Do you have any idea, given the recent work on the project, as to how far the buildings are already along right now to become cold, dark shells?
Do I have any idea how close they are to becoming cold dark shells?
Yes.
To my knowledge, there has been movement in that direction on one of the buildings.
Where would you get the money to convert these buildings to cold, dark shells?
There's lots of federal funding out there from the perspective of the National Park Services and preservation grants.
And how do you know that?
Because I am a resourceful individual.
Have you been investigating potential funding to convert these buildings to cold, dark shells?
I have.
And what specific programs do you expect to get funding in?
Through historic preservation grants to the National Park Service.
And have you been in touch with the Park Service about this?
I have.
And who did you speak to about the Park Service?
At conferences, there have been the National Main Street Conference. There was an entire, would you say, campaign by the National Park Service to educate individuals like myself about the opportunities for grant funding for these types of large projects.
And is it your testimony that the Park Service will provide conversion funding for projects not located on park property?
Yes.
And what's the name of that program?
So it's not park property, sir. It just happens to be that the National Park Service is the umbrella under which the historic preservation falls. So it has nothing to do with it being on park property.
And what's that going to, once that happens, what's the town going to do with those buildings once they turn them into cold, dark shells?
Objection.
Go ahead.
As I've said a few times now, they should become marketable at that point.
And who's going to
and ready for a tenant in short order from that point forward.
and who's going to do that work for the town, making them marketable and ready for a tenant?
People that know how to restore and mitigate hazardous waste and materials from a building.
And which people are those?
There's lots of contractors that do environmental work.
Have you been in touch with any contractors about this?
I have been in touch with the Retro Environmental Group because they are local and talked to them about what they do and if that's something that they would be interested in doing.
And who did you speak with there?
I don't recall his name.
All right. And why did you call them?
So, as I just mentioned, so that I could determine what services they provide, how big of projects they're used to doing, and get a general feel for what hazardous material mitigation looks like.
And did you tell them that you were making these calls because you were considering what the town would do when it took over the property?
I told them that we were in the process of executing an agreement that would allow for reversion of the historic buildings back to the town, and that obviously I was planning ahead and looking into what types of services would be necessary.
Well, that wasn't true. You weren't executing an agreement with Warfield developers to do that. They never agreed to that, did they?
I didn't say that.
You just said we're in the process of executing an agreement.
Executing the reversion agreement.
Well, no, there's no reversion agreement to be executed here. The only thing you've done is file a lawsuit, right?
Objection, arguing with the witness.
No arguing. Is there any agreement that you've executed that provides for reversion that you're aware of?
Let me ask how you would like me to, what words you would, or phrase you would like me to use. I think...
Just whatever the accurate ones are.
Okay.
Have you ever executed an agreement with the developers or anybody else to provide for the reversion of any portion of the Warfield property?
I don't know how to answer that question because I use the phrasing executing a reversion agreement, and I'm pretty sure that everyone at this table knows what I mean when I say that. If there's a semantic issue, I would not know what phrasing to use with respect to the filing of our complaint to the court with respect to the Warfield entities failing to hit the benchmarks for preservation to the buildings. That's what I'm speaking of.
And you told these contractors that they failed to meet benchmarks, isn't that correct?
I told the contractor that I spoke with that there was an opportunity that we were pursuing to get the buildings, the deeds for the buildings, to revert back to the town based in their failure to meet the letter of the sales agreement.
And do you deny that you expressed to the contractor dissatisfaction with the performance of the Warfield development?
I do not deny that.
And what dissatisfaction did you express to the contractor?
That I was afraid that the buildings were being demolished by neglect.
And with respect to the contractors, when you called those contractors, you knew that they were Warfield Development's existing contractors. Isn't that correct?
The environmental, no, I did not. I learned that.
The renovation contractor you knew that, correct?
What renovation contractor?
The one that you talked about just a moment ago.
The retro environmental?
Yes. They told you they were the existing contractor, didn't they?
That's right. I learned that when I called them.
In the conversation, right?
Yeah.
And even though you knew that they were...
Well, not their existing contractor, but that they had been pursued for a bid. I know of no work that they've done there. I did not discuss their contract that they have or had with Warfield entities.
So you knew that there was a prospective business relationship between Warfield and that firm. Isn't that correct?
I knew that they were had been asked to provide a bid on the environmental hazard remediation. Yes.
And after you learned that, you expressed to them dissatisfaction with the Warfield developers. Isn't that correct?
I expressed dissatisfaction that they had not been pursued to do the work to date. Yes.
All right. And you basically let them know that you would consider them for the work if they came and worked for you. Isn't that correct?
I absolutely said to them that if and when we are able to take control of the buildings again, that given the services they provide and them being local to the project, that it's likely that we would reach out to them and get a bid. Yes.
And were you aware that that was likely to disrupt their existing prospective business relationship with Retro Environmental?
No, sir. I didn't realize there was still a prospective relationship since it had been 5 years since they had taken control of the buildings and had not engaged in a contract with them or for them to do any work.
And you asked them, when you talked to Retro Environmental, you specifically asked them to share with you their estimates that they had given to Warfield and their contracts with Warfield. Isn't that correct?
I did not ask them to provide me with any documentation. I asked them to provide me with a cost at that time so that we could determine what kinds of things we were looking at from a cost perspective for us.
Do you deny that you asked Retro Environmental to provide you with the cost estimates that they had provided to the Warfield developers?
I do not deny that I asked them to provide me with the cost.
Did you deny?
I did not ask for documentation.
Do you deny that you asked them to provide you with the information about the estimates that they had provided to the Warfield developers?
How many times? I just said I asked them to provide me with the figures of how much it would have cost so that they wouldn't have to come out and figure out what it would cost today. I was getting a feel for how much it would have cost to have done it when they were provided the opportunity to bid the project.
You knew when you were asking for that information that you were asking for proprietary information, didn't you?
No, I was not asking for anything proprietary.
Do you deny that you specifically asked the folks at Environmental Retro for what contract terms they had with the...
I do deny that. Yes.
Did you call a company called GC Southway?
I did.
And you knew that they were contractors, existing contractors with the developers of Warfield, correct?
That is correct.
And did you also ask them for the estimates that they had provided?
No, I asked them if they had done any work.
All right. And did you talk to them about the status of their relationship, their business relationship with Warfield?
I asked them if they were still under contract because I didn't want to put them in a position to ask them any questions that would get in the way of that.
And they told you they were, didn't they?
That is correct.
And then after they told you were, you continued to talk to them and continued to ask them questions about the status of their work for Warfield, didn't you?
False.
Is it your testimony that after you learned they were still under contract that they hung up the phone, or you hung up the phone?
I hung up on them?
No, I'm asking you, did you end the conversation once you learned that they were still under contract with Warfield?
Yes, I did. Shortly thereafter, after apologizing and if I had put them in an uncomfortable position.
Did you contact another one of Warfield's vendors, the roofing firm McCreesh?
I did.
And did you know that they were under contract with Warfield at that time?
No, I still don't know that they're under contract with them.
Did you discuss the project with them?
I mean, I don't know that they were under contract at that time. I still don't know that. I know that they have recently done work for them.
Did you? And that's why you called them, correct?
I know that they have done work over at Warfield, and I was curious as to whether or not they had done any work lately.
All right, and that's why you called them, correct?
That is correct.
And did you speak with them?
I did. I spoke with Adam.
All right, and what did Adam tell you?
He was quite disgruntled and expressed his frustration with the fact that he basically grew up learning about and knowing about this project because his father was part of it for a long time. And he expressed his long-standing frustration with, he's been hearing this same song and dance for years and years about it's finally going to happen. And he didn't have any faith or trust that that was actually ever going to happen, let alone going to happen soon.
Did you tell Adam that when the town took over the property, that McCreesh would be considered for the roofing work?
I told him that he comes highly recommended, that I have my own roof work that needs to be done, and I said I'd be reaching out.
All right, so you left it out there that he would be eligible to do roofing work both for you personally and for the town.
Of course
Isn't
he would be.
that correct?
Absolutely, of course he would be. They are a well-known, renowned across Central Maryland slate experts, and I think that's pretty common knowledge.
Did you call Adam before or after Miss Levan called him?
I don't know.
All right. And with respect to any of these contractors, did you let them know that they would be considered for contracting work with the town if and when the town was able to get control of some of the property?
No, only Adam, out of the conversation with him speaking incredibly candid with me, did that conversation ensue.
Now, did you draft Ordinance 2021-06, which would add an additional seat on the Planning and Zoning Commission?
It wouldn't add an additional seat per se. It allowed for an alternate seat.
And what would that alternative seat consist
member,
of?
I should say. Well, an alternate member, anyone, it wouldn't, if we had a vacancy, that there would be permitted a individual who is not a town resident to be on the commission.
And why did you want someone who was not a town resident to be eligible to serve on the commission?
Because we have, a very experienced individual who has put forth years of volunteerism with respect to the Planning Commission, and who is well versed not only on our zoning, but also with respect to the Warfield project.
And is that Steve Enslow?
Indeed.
And he is a non-resident of Sykesville, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that he was an opponent of the current plans of the Warfield developers, isn't that correct?
No, I wouldn't say I'd ever had that kind of conversation with him.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you had communications with him about Warfield?
When?
At any time.
No, outside of me being on the receiving end of him speaking at a commission meeting.
And he spoke in opposition to the Warfield text amendment, didn't he?
I don't believe so. Not outwardly. He had questions. He had had very appropriate and and thoughtful questions, which is, what Mr. Enslow does. He offers a lot to a discussion at the commission.
You certainly would not characterize Mr. Enslow's remarks at the commission as being a supporter of the text amendment proposal for Warfield, would you?
Objection.
I honestly can't speak to the nuances of any of the commissioners' responses regarding opposition or favoritism towards that application or any other. You may be surprised to know this, but I really don't follow things along that closely with respect to our commissions.
Was the Planning Commission consulted about this proposed change?
Was the Planning Commission consulted about this
Yes.
proposed change?
Yes.
What, with adding an alternate
Yes.
position on the?
Yes.
You'd have to talk to staff about that.
Well, did you consult with them since this was your proposal?
No, I did not consult with the rest of the Planning Commission about this alternate seat.
All right. And did you consult with anybody about the concept of adding a non-resident to the Planning Commission?
Staff and myself.
And which staff was that?
That would be our planner and our town manager.
And was there a public hearing about your proposed ordinance 2021-06?
There always has to be a public hearing about any ordinance proposed.
And what happened to that proposed ordinance?
It passed? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
And what happened to Mr. Enslow?
He was appointed to the alternate position.
Okay.
Okay.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit. Had you previously opposed the concept of having a non-resident on the Planning Commission?
No.
Showing you what is marked as Exhibit 14. This is an email from you to the Jake Day, the current Secretary of DHCD, with a copy to Owen McAvoy. Do you see that?
I do.
All right.
I mean, do you want me to read it? I don't know what you're going to reference.
No, I'm just asking. Did you send this to Secretary Day?
Yes, sir. It's clear that I have.
All right. And why did you send it to him?
To bring him up to speed.
Okay. And then you say here, this is about winning something that can't be won because this is not a contest. There's a mentality that's led to the misdirected efforts with no fruitful product for the town of Sykesville. The only tangible outcome is 149 $500,000 townhouses that were a compromise in the sales contract. Why did you tell him that?
Objection.
Because that is my opinion.
Okay. And were you basically...
And it's 145, so I obviously have a typo there, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And are you attempting to create animosity between DHCD and the developers in this case?
Absolutely not, sir.
All right. And with respect to Secretary Day and his staff, what, if anything, have they said to you about the status of the Warfield development or the developers?
What have they said about the status of the development or the developers? I've had one conversation with Secretary Day regarding Warfield outside of this email, to which there was no reply. So when I say conversation, I'm not referring to this. And I believe the metaphor was used. He said there's just seemingly no trust between the two entities, between the town and the developer, in both directions. And I said, unfortunately, I feel that is the case.
Anything else?
No, that I can recall.
Was this conversation on the site visit or at another time?
It was when he was in Sykesville.
And did you ever receive a response to this email?
No, as I indicated previously.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 15. And this is an email from you to Mr. Singleton on January 25th, 2022. Now, in referring to the Warfield's petition for the zoning text amendment that was before the Planning Commission, you stated, quote, I think the entire show is worth watching, LOL. Why did you say that?
Where is that?
It's in the second paragraph, third paragraph, last sentence. Sure.
Time now is 3:42. We are going off the record.
I'm sorry.
Time now is 3:42. We are back on the record.
Now the next statement is, as I want more clearly and concisely to express to you and the entire Planning Commission my concerns for Warfield's expectations based on their experience with Commission through the last several years, I plan to meet in some fashion with one or another of at least you in advance of the next PC meeting or with the entire group at the PC meeting. Why were you trying to influence the Planning Commission as to how they were going to handle the Warfield development?
Objection to the characterization.
Go ahead.
I, as I mentioned earlier, wanted it to be clear that their role as the Planning Commission in all applications is to not come up with an equitable solution for the applicant in their application.
And by equitable solution, do you mean a compromise between those who might be opposed to the proposal and the objectives of the developer?
No, I mean one in keeping with the already very clearly defined expectations of the development.
And why is it bad to come up with an equitable solution?
It's not bad to come up with an equitable solution on the part of the actual applicant for them to create something that is, to the best of their knowledge, in keeping with the desires and vision and mission. Desires and vision of the town and the existing agreement,
And why did
which
you
are one and the same.
And why was it important to you to convey to the Planning Commission that they should have no role in arriving at or achieving an equitable solution?
Because that is not.
Sorry. Oh, wait, Tim, behind you. Oh,
She should probably answer the question
Go
before.
ahead.
Because that is not the role of any planning commission.
Let me step out for a minute.
Time now is 3:44. We are going off the record. Time now is 3:46. We are back on the record.
I'm showing you what is marked as Exhibit 16, which are text messages to Anna Carter. Who is Anna Carter?
Councilwoman Anna Carter.
Now, you told Anna Carter that this was going to be a, quote, huge hit if Enslow steps down. Why would it be a huge hit?
No, I did not tell her that.
Well, take a look at it.
I did not say that.
Or Steve can't step down, that's a huge hit. Is she saying that to you?
Yes, sir.
And then you said, Anna, I knew Steve was selling the house, and he was upfront about that fact. They'd likely move out, and they did. And then you went on to talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you went on to say, I spoke with him on the way out this evening, and he said, as promised, that he will continue, and he's 100% on board with staying with us, and he can't imagine not putting these jokers in the hot seat. His words.
Okay.
Why is he referring to the developers as these jokers?
Objection.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure that he was. That might have been me saying that.
All right. Did you refer to him as these jokers?
It looks like it.
Why did you call the principals of the Warfield development these jokers?
It's just a really long history, sir.
And what is that long history that would lead you to characterize these developers as these jokers?
For the numerous mischaracterizations they have made of me publicly.
And that was true at the time that this was sent to Ms. Carter, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Did you use other terms like jokers to refer to the developers?
I don't know.
You have no recollection of that?
With whom?
With anybody.
No, I don't recall.
I'll show you now what is marked as Exhibit 17. Actually, hold on. I don't think we need that. This is a email from the town manager to members of the commission.
Thank you.
Were you made privy to a copy of this?
I'm sorry, your question?
Were you given a copy of this memorandum?
I don't recall.
This says, this being an authorization, the town council liaison, Councilman Schofield, now being able to vote on all matters before the commission and will count on this as one of the 7 members of the commission. Was this a change that was made?
Okay, I'm sorry now. What is your question?
Was another change that was made allowing council member Schofield to also be a voting member of the planning commission?
It appears as such, yes.
Would he then be allowed under the change to cast a vote on the project both at the planning commission and at the council itself?
On two separate, in 2 different veins, yes.
That's what I'm asking. So he would be able to have 2 bites at the apple, once at the planning commission and the other at the council.
One
correct?
on the application and one on our decision to accept or deny the referral, yes. Recommendation, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yep.
Now, you were present at the June 9, 2022 meeting at Town Hall with former DHCD Secretary Ken Holt and others, correct?
Yes.
All right. At that meeting, did Secretary Holt state that he supported the developer's proposal for the Warfield project?
I mean, I don't know if he had just come out and said that, but yes, it was obvious support for the project.
Did he express DHCD's willingness to make major new investments in the project?
Sure.
Did he state the importance of residential development as a critical component to the success of the Warfield project?
Yes, he did.
Did he express DHCD's commitment to additional affordable housing in Sykesville and at the project?
In Sykesville and at the project?
Yes.
No, I don't remember that being the case.
Well, let's break it down. Did he express DHCD's commitment to additional affordable housing in Sykesville?
I don't remember that being the case.
Are you saying it didn't happen or you don't remember it?
As I mentioned,
Objection.
I don't remember that being the case.
All right, you're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't have a recollection one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
Did he state that the town had a contractual commitment to housing at the Warfield project as a condition of receiving the property from the state?
I don't recall.
Did he state that DHCD might be willing to consider even more financial support from the state for town projects not connected with the Warfield project?
Yes, and that bothered me.
Why did that bother you?
Because it's as if to say, well, if you make this decision, we'll give you more money for things unrelated. And it's uncomfortable for me to hear that.
So you think state inducements to get the town approval are inappropriate? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I am uncomfortable hearing anyone tell me that we can get money for something if we act in a certain way.
Did you express to Secretary Holt or anyone at DHCD that you were uncomfortable with what he said about that?
I did.
Who did you express that to?
Secretary Holt.
All right, anybody else?
Oh, yes, following the phone conversation I had with him where he buckled, said it even more matter-of-factly over the phone with me post that meeting, I told him that it made me incredibly uncomfortable and that I would be opening an investigation on the what seemed to be a quid pro quo for me.
You would be opening an investigation?
That I would be contacting the governor's office to let him know what the conversation was about.
And why did you want to contact the governor's office for an investigation as to what he was talking about?
Because he was offering a quid pro quo that made me uncomfortable.
And did you consider that a bribe of sorts?
I considered it a quid pro quo, and it made me uncomfortable.
And did you report Secretary Holt's quid pro quo to the governor's office?
I did.
And who did you speak to in the governor's office?
I do not remember their names.
And what did they say?
That they would look into the matter.
And did they?
Yes.
And what did they find out?
That they couldn't prove or deny or prove that had happened.
All right. And what did
And
you...
that if it did happen, that it was certainly not in keeping with all the things that anybody that knows how to answer that type of question would say.
And who in the governor's office told you that?
I don't recall their names. I'd have to pull an email.
All right. Do you have emails from the governor's office about this
I have
topic?
emails with the individual that I spoke to about what we're talking about right now.
All right. Did you tell Secretary Day about this?
I did.
And what did Secretary Day say?
Well, actually, I asked if Deputy Secretary I wanted to make sure that Secretary Day was aware. I don't remember telling him that directly, unless it was in that email I sent him. I don't know.
All right. Did you send that email to Secretary Day that we looked at a few minutes ago with the idea of discouraging any positive relationship between DHCD and the developer?
I feel like I already answered that question. The answer is no.
Did you do so with the intent of getting DHCD to withdraw or defer any grants to the development project?
Not at all. I wouldn't want that to happen.
And what if you wouldn't want that to happen, then what have you done to try to maintain or support grants to the project?
What could I do?
You could write a letter to the secretary.
I was not asked about the. In fact, the town was not given an opportunity to give feedback on their application for the catalytic historic tax credit, if that's what you're referring to.
Is it your testimony that you would have supported that?
It would be my testimony that I would have supported it if it were, if the focus were mixed use development and adaptive reuse of the buildings. Yes, 100%.
Showing you it is marked as Exhibit 18, and is this your newsletter for September of 2022? You indicated here that the town council was going to, is quote, as stated by the town manager and town council at the meeting on June 21st, that's really where we go from here. The applicant works with the town staff to try to come up with the best and most equitable solution based on the feedback we've received so far. Stay tuned. Is that correct?
Yeah, for some reason I can't find anything that you just read. Where were you pointing to?
Let's take a look at more from Mayor Link, Warfield Development Public Hearing,
so it's
page
not the cover
2. Correct.
that you referred to.
It's the last sentence on page 2.
Objection on the documents piece.
Now that I'm looking at it, if you want to read it again so that I can informedly answer the question.
Sure.
Thank you.
As the town manager at the town mayor and town council meeting said on June 21st, quote, that's really where we go from here. The applicant works with the town staff to try to come up with the best and most equitable solution based on the feedback we've received so far. Are you the author of that section?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did Warfield present a proposed change to the text amendment before the mayor and council on June the 21st?
A change to the proposed text amendment?
Yes.
I don't know.
And did they propose a revised text amendment that would reduce the density to 5.81 units per acre from 6.5 and increase the minimum land allocable to non-residential from 8.5 to 5.0%, and reducing the maximum land allocable to residential down to 50%? Were you aware of that proposal, and was that considered on June 21st?
Yes, sir.
Did the town council reject that proposal?
Yes, sir.
Why did the council reject that proposal?
Objection if you know.
Why did the council on the whole?
Yeah.
It'd probably be best for you to ask each individual council member.
Were you opposed to it?
I was.
Why?
I was opposed to it because it wasn't a big enough of a shift to what I believe to be what it is that the town is seeking, which, you know, we've talked about ad nauseum.
Did the Warfield developers request that this new proposal be remanded to the Planning Commission for further consideration by the Commission?
I believe so.
And did you and the council reject that?
Yes,
Why?
because it wasn't significantly different from the original one.
You don't think those changes are significantly different?
No, sir.
Showing you it is marked as Exhibit 19, which is the newsletter from the fall of 2022. And looking at page 1, is that your column there on page 1?
It is.
And I want to ask you about a statement about Warfield, which is specifically, I have no update as we've received no communication from the developer since June of last year. That is, none at least having anything to do with the actual development. If Warfield was communicating with you but not about the actual development, Warfield did tend to communicate with you, isn't that correct?
No, I think what I'm referring to there is the fact that the only take-home or takeaway from our meeting with the state, which was in June, was that we were expecting the developer to provide us with a proposed change in documentation to the contract that would afford them the opportunity to have access to escrow funds for use outside of what they were originally intended, and we never received that communication.
Did you at some point call the Open Meetings Compliance Board a, quote, bogus opinion?
I did.
And why did, in the town newsletter?
I don't know, did I do that in the newsletter?
Yes.
Where is that?
It looks like on this page, Exhibit 20, and it looks like page 2 on Exhibit 20. Hold on.
Oh, you have it.
Yeah, I'm going to hand it the bogus opinion
All right.
reference.
I'm so sorry.
Why did you call the Open Meetings Board opinion a bogus opinion?
Because I believe it was a bogus opinion.
And what was bogus about it?
I believe it was uninformed.
Now, other than your recent site visit with Mayor Day, have you done any other visits to Warfield to look at the condition of the Warfield project structures?
I'm sorry, I drifted away for a second. I was thinking about the bogus opinion still. What did you say about my visit with?
Other than your visit with Secretary Day, have you done any visits to the Warfield project to take a look at or evaluate the condition of the Warfield project structures?
No, I would not have any access to do that.
When you are talking about your concerns about the decaying buildings at Warfield, what information do you have about the alleged decaying condition of the buildings at Warfield that would cause you to believe that is the present condition of the buildings?
So now I understand your question, your prior question further. Visually from the outside of the buildings, I do very frequently, as many residents in Sykesville do, is take walks around the campus through the park, and the structures are quite visible from pretty much any perspective while in that area, and so that's what I'm referring to.
Have you seen or spoken to anyone who has inspected, viewed, or otherwise seen the interior of the historic structures at Warfield in the last 3 years?
That's a very good question. Excuse me. Our policemen sometimes enter the buildings as a result of a break-in or vandalism and such. So there's been, on rare occasions, opportunities for the police to be in there, and in conversation, nothing formally, I've had conversations with some of the officers.
Have the police officers given you a report or statements about the condition of the inside of the Warfield historic structures?
Only anecdotally.
And what is that they've said?
That they're a mess.
And when they say what are they a mess, do they give you any specifics as to how they're a mess?
I just generally a mess.
All right. Well,
Have seemingly untouched.
all right. You don't have any specific information as to the current inside condition of the Warfield historic structures. Is
No,
that
I do
correct?
not.
All right. And you're not aware of any professionals who have done any kind of evaluation, appraisal, or inspection of either the Warfield historic structures, either internally or externally. Is that correct?
Am I aware of any
Professionals
who have done a...
Right, people with expertise who've inspected or taken a look at or evaluated the Warfield historic structures for their condition, either internally or externally.
I've not been made aware of any of those things, no.
All right, so you have no professional opinions or professional analysis or even appraisal of the condition of the buildings in the last 3 years from any professional.
Outside of knowing that the roof work that has been needed for quite some time, I can only imagine the water damage to the structures.
All right, but I'm not asking you what you imagine.
So no, your answer is no.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my answer is no.
Okay. In the lawsuit that the town filed, it said the cost of preserving the historic structures has increased by $2 million.
Yeah.
What is the basis for that statement?
Objection.
Speaking with David Edgerly, who is intimately familiar with development of this type, I reached out to him and he was able to apply some sort of an escalator within the industry that I'm unaware of, and that is an estimate that was provided.
You're referring to David Edgerly, the former secretary of the Maryland Department of Business and Economic Development?
Yes.
And he's the individual who's a friend of Jonathan Herman's?
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And you understand that he is a former partner who was
I do.
taken out of the partnership at Warfield. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by taken out of, but I know he was a former partner, yes.
So how did you as the mayor happen to be talking to Mr. Edgerly, the former partner at Warfield?
Because I'm aware of all four partners, who those people are.
And have you reached out to all of them?
No, only Mr. Edgerly.
And why did you reach out to Mr. Edgerly?
Because of what I just said. He's a developer and he's an economic guru, and I assumed that he, given his expertise, would be able to provide me with a ballpark.
Did you criticize Mr. Conley and Mr. McLeaf to Mr. Edgerly?
I did not.
Did he criticize them to you?
No, he said nothing of, insult of any kind to them, about them, no.
What did he say to you?
Congratulated me on becoming the first female mayor of Sykesville.
Anything else?
Congratulated me on making on working towards hopefully getting something moving forward on saving the buildings.
So when did you call Mr. Edgerly?
I don't remember.
Was it this year?
Yes.
And what information did you hope to get from Mr. Edgerly?
What I've already said, sir. I hope to gain knowledge on the increase in cost over the last 5 years of stabilizing the buildings, which includes just literally keeping them free of water intrusion.
And all Mr. Edgerly gave you were industry costs of maintenance increasing nationally based on averages, not anything specific or unique to Warfield. Is that correct?
He did not provide me anything specific with Warfield, but he said he had boatloads of documentation and probably could figure out how much it would have cost then based on documentation he might have.
All right, but he did not do that for you. Is that correct?
I don't know what he did for me.
So that's that $2 million figure based on a national average of increases within the industry?
Yes, I assume so.
And have you visited the federally supported affordable housing on Schoolhouse Road and Village House?
Have I visited it?
Yes.
I've spoken to residents of those communities
I'm not asking you whether you've spoken to residents.
in their domiciles.
All right. Have you been to those housing communities?
Yes, sir.
Do you dispute the 2020 census report that the town has 1,492 housing units with an occupancy rate of 97%.
I would have no reason to dispute that. I wouldn't be able to say yes or no.
Do you agree that there is a high market demand in the town for affordable multifamily housing?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Since you've been a public official in the town for the last decade, what, if anything, have you done to meet the demand for multifamily housing that is affordable?
Absolutely nothing.
Are you familiar with anything the town government has done in the 10 years you've been a public official to do anything to meet the demand for multifamily housing that's affordable?
No, sir.
Have you heard town officials make statements against bringing more affordable housing projects to the town?
Town officials, you say?
Yes.
Current town officials, no.
How about previous town officials?
Absolutely, and you know it.
And who did you hear?
The same place you heard about it. It was at the public hearing, and it was the former mayor, Ian Shaw.
And what did you hear the former mayor say?
Something about vouchers, and people that would get the vouchers would not be people that would be Carroll County or South Carroll residents.
And did he also refer to them at that same meeting as, quote, those people?
Maybe.
And when he did that, did you speak out publicly against that?
I didn't speak out to any comments made that evening.
Well, you were a member of the council at that time, correct?
Yep, and it was a public hearing, and we had lots of public testimony to get through, and I did not comment on any comment. I cringed when I heard it, but I did not comment on anything. And to be honest with you, sir, when it was first said, I don't think I realized that it was said until I played it back in my head after Mr. McLeaf made the comment.
Is Mr. McLeaf didn't make?
No, Mr. McLeaf made a comment about former Mayor Shaw's comment.
Isn't it true that that night at the public hearing and in all the years since, not once have you as a public official ever publicly objected or spoken out against that comment?
Against what comment?
The comment the mayor made at the public hearing.
That is absolutely false.
When have you publicly spoken out to object to the mayor's comments?
When you say publicly, do you mean in a public, like at an official public forum?
Any public setting where members of the public, a group...
Yes, I have.
When did you do that?
On multiple occasions, anytime it came up.
When? Did you ever speak out against it at a mayor and council meeting?
It never came up in a mayor and town council meeting.
Did you ever bring it up at a mayor and council meeting?
No, I did not.
Has the town talked to any consultants or any contractors other than the ones you've already told us about doing work for the town if the town is successful in getting reversion of a part of the property?
No.
Have you yourself met with Arnie Ban Basu, the author of the 2020 SAGE report?
I personally have not.
Do you believe that the zoning text amendment that was proposed by Warfield to the Planning Commission would, quote, change the character of the community?
It would.
How so?
It would, again, not with the math numbers in front of me, it would change the character by virtue of taking a small town with around 4,000 people in a very short period of time to one of likely closer to 6,000.
And do you find that objectionable?
I find changing the character of our small town objectionable.
And why would that specific proposal be objectionable?
As I said, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
As I said, it would increase our population dramatically in very short order.
Do you believe that the residential component proposed in the Warfield Company's zoning text amendment would likely lead to more crime?
I don't see the correlation, no.
Okay. Why did the town choose now as the time to take action to seek reversion of a portion of the property?
Now versus when it was first in effect,
Yes.
because I believe that we all really just thought that sooner or later, the work was going to start.
If the town were successful in obtaining reversion of some of the property, what is the town's plan as to how it will deal with the Warfield developer on the remaining non-reverted portion of the property?
How we will deal with them?
Yeah. In other words, how are you going to have a comprehensive development plan when the town controls one part of the property and the developers control something else?
Go ahead.
Have you given any thought to that?
Yeah, I mean, I've given thought to it as far as just knowing that will be the case and it will be necessary.
So what's your plan as to how that's going to work, given your feelings about both the developers and the development?
Well, if I'm being honest, sir, I've been spending a lot of time just trying to get ahead of and reacting to a lot of things that have nothing to do with the Warfield development, but are being brought upon my staff and myself by the Warfield developers.
Like what?
Open Meetings Act complaints, closed door meetings with merchants and residents, and things that have been said in those meetings about me.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
And what have been said in these meetings about you?
Objection, asked and answered.
I haven't heard about these closed door meetings. What have been said
haven't?
about? No.
Well, maybe you didn't know that they are happening in closed door meetings, but you have an email that you presented as exhibit number from Lauren Hanratty, where she's referring to one of those closed door meetings.
Just tell me, what is it that you say the developers have been saying about you in closed door meetings?
I don't say that they're saying it. I'm being told by those that are in attendance of those meetings that they are saying.
What have you been
and
told?
on phone calls.
What have you been told?
That I can't believe Stacy's a lesbian and is not in favor of affordable housing. The mayor's against affordable housing because she doesn't want more doors to knock on when she runs for mayor again. The town of Sykesville is incompetent and has no understanding of what affordable housing is and what kinds of development is necessary to make this a successful development. Stacy is on a personal mission, and this is her personal agenda to disrupt the development, and she ran on a actually it was your words, Mr. Maloney. The mayor ran on a platform of taking the buildings back. I believe that was your quote in a newspaper article. Things have been just playing out with respect to the media and coming back to the mayor from all around Sykesville. Oh, and also elected officials who have been misinformed and have to come to me for me to explain exactly, the actual process that has been tried and true, and us being asked to change our charter to make it possible for us to. You see where I'm going? There's just been a lot of distraction. So when you ask me, what has the mayor done to advance affordable housing in Sykesville, the mayor could be doing maybe a better job if this schlepping wasn't going on.
And so is it your testimony you have not done more to advance affordable housing because of comments that have been made about you behind closed doors?
Not at all.
So who allegedly made this statement that they're surprised that you didn't support affordable housing because you're a lesbian? Who said that?
Roger Connolly.
And who did Roger Connolly say that to?
He said that in a phone call.
To who?
To a former Sykesville resident.
What's that person's name?
Her name is Ivy Wells, and she is the economic development guru in Berlin.
And did she tell you that?
She did.
Okay.
She hesitated, telling me she thought it was going to upset me.
All right, did it?
No, it made me laugh because it's such a ridiculous statement.
Okay.
But if he's saying those types of things to one person, I can imagine, characterizations that must be forthcoming and behind those.
Who allegedly made the statement behind closed doors that Stacy is against the project because she doesn't want more doors to knock on?
Mr. McLeaf.
And who did he make that statement to?
He made that in a closed door merchant meeting sometime this summer, where there was 5 merchants at the meeting.
And who told you about that?
2 of the merchants were there that told me.
Which 2?
I'm not saying.
Well, you have to say.
Yeah. Do I have to?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so it was Righty.
Okay.
It was Scott Gendrick. It was the owners of Barrier Free, And it was, I'm missing somebody that told me as well. Is that right? Yeah, because Dana Gendrick wasn't there. So is that 4? I feel like there was a 5th. So fair enough. Everyone that was there told me.
And who allegedly told you that Sykesville's incompetent and that's why this isn't going forward?
Who allegedly told me?
No, who allegedly said that?
Oh, Steve.
And when did he allegedly say this and to who?
Multiple occasions and in multiple parties, in front of multiple parties, usually in closed door meetings with Parkside residents, or mostly more merchants than Parkside residents.
And who told you about it?
The Becks.
And who allegedly said, quote, Stacy's on a personal mission to stop the Warfield project?
Steve.
And who did he allegedly say that to?
I believe he must have told you that because you were the one to have quoted that in the newspaper.
Right, but
that I ran on a campaign to stop the development by way of taking the buildings back. So I'm not sure who told you that.
Now, you made a statement or issued a statement to the Baltimore Sun that said the plan the developers showed creates pockets of different housing types with the affordable components pushed to the back of the property instead of being incorporated throughout an accessible and inclusive mixed-use development. Our main issue is with the design of the project and its purely residential concept. What do you mean by that?
The last part of that sentence was our what?
Our main issue was with the design of the project and its purely residential concept.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, sir.
Well, what was that? I mean,
The design included pushing all of the affordable housing to one corner of the development instead of a smart development, which would provide for an inclusive and diverse distribution of different types of housing and commercial and retail and so on and so forth.
So is it your testimony you're not necessarily opposed to the number of residential units, but just the distribution and design of that residential housing?
No, I'm opposed to the increased density at that level as well as those items.
And with respect to your concerns about, quote, the design issues here, when, if at all, did you ever communicate those concerns to the developers of Warfield?
In public, it was the feedback that was provided by the council in public.
At which meeting was that?
I don't know, sir. Probably the one where we were discussing with the developers there when they first brought to us the drawings of the rooftops.
All right. And that was even before the text amendment was proposed. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall the timeline.
With respect to the condition of the project and the development agreement, have you ever read any of the specific general development standards that are required by the development and disposition agreement?
Are you asking me again if I have ever read the disposition and development agreement?
No.
Okay.
It refers to general development standards, and I'm wondering whether you have actually read or are familiar with those.
The general development standards contained in where?
In the development, that are referenced in the development and disposition agreement.
Okay, so no, I haven't, because I have already expressed that I have not read that document. So I'm sorry that I didn't make that clear. No, I have not.
You are aware that the town has been designated as a priority funding area under the state strategic community legacy program and the sustainable communities program?
I am aware of that.
All right. And you are aware that one of the requirements of the sustainable communities program is a demonstrated commitment to affordable housing?
Sure.
Objection.
And what has the town done to satisfy its commitment to affordable housing as required by the sustainable communities plan?
Objection. If you're going to show her the document that establishes that that is a requirement, then you can.
There's no document here, but she's.
Well, you're representing that a thing exists.
Do you deny? Let's ask the witness. Are you aware, pardon me, are you aware that as part of the Sustainable Communities Plan that the municipal corporations that participate are required to have a demonstrable commitment to affordable housing?
I can't say that I've ever read or been told that that is a component of the priority funding area.
And because you have never been told that and are not aware of that, is it a fair statement that the town, or at least you individually, haven't done anything to consciously satisfy that requirement of the Sustainable Communities Plan?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Go ahead, you may answer.
If you know.
I don't, because I don't really know what that would entail. So whether or not I've done it or part of it or initiated any of it, I don't know.
Has there ever been a person of color who has ever served as an elected official in Sykesville?
Objection as to relevance.
Go ahead, you may answer.
Yes, sir, there has.
And who was that?
There have been at least 2 that I'm aware of.
And who are they?
I'm not going to remember the young woman's name because it was before my time. But there was a gentleman that served for 16 years on the council, and most of it as president of the council, named Eugene Johnson.
Okay, and then I take it there's another woman, person of color, whose names you don't recall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Showing this marked as Exhibit 24.
Did I miss something? This is
No,
20.
we're going to skip some exhibits.
Okay.
We're trying to get us all out of here at a reasonable hour.
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Showing you what is marked as Exhibit 24. I
Thank
ask
you.
you to identify these texts.
I don't know what I'm looking at. How the office buildings were. Ancillary disturbed. Okay, I don't recall this, but fine.
All right.
I
Did
can't
you
even
have
tell
it?
you which one of these bubbles are mine. That's how much I don't remember. But go ahead, I'm sorry, with your question?
All right. These were communications between you and the town manager
Okay.
about 2 condominiums. Do you see that?
The 2 over 2, I do see that's what the content is, but as I said, I don't recall it. Yeah.
Do you have any recollection as to which of these comments were yours and which of these were his?
No, on the record now, out loud, to answer specifically, I do not.
All right. Is it a fair statement that one of you said, quote, "I don't hate them"?
Well, clearly, sir.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
And my next question is, what's your own view of how these condominiums look?
Generally,
Yes.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm not a fan of that kind of architecture, but I mean, now I'm wondering if I said I don't hate them because I can hear myself saying that, but I can also hear Joe saying those words. So your question is, was your question which one that I possibly said that?
Yeah, well, what's your reaction to those the condominiums that are
Objections.
presented there, that are depicted in that photo?
Objection as to relevance.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. It's a 1 by a half, a 3/4 by an inch and a half. My first response, my first gut reaction is, I've seen this kind of construction, and I'm not a fan.
You're familiar with the residential development that has been constructed by the Warfield developers there, isn't that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what's your reaction to that?
Well, I actually, it's not a reaction. It's I had a lot of input into that, and I'm pleased with them.
Are you claiming credit partially for that?
For the construction?
For any aspect of it?
For the guidelines that Elm Street had to, well, ultimately Lennar had to abide by for the new construction.
Are you pleased with the residential development in terms of what was built there, how it was built there, and how it's contributed to the town?
I actually would have liked for it to have been dispersed and not all right in one place.
All right, other than your desire for dispersal, do you agree that it was a good thing
For
the town of Sykesville?
I'm sure, but I also don't know that it is an all of a good thing. I mean, I can't think of anything bad that's come of it, but it certainly hasn't addressed the affordable housing problem that we have that you are speaking of.
All right, but that's a different question.
Sure.
My question now, is there anything about it that you found objectionable?
Well, so I guess when you say your first question was, do I think it was a good thing for Sykesville? Outside of obvious tax revenues that are associated with new construction, I mean, I think here's what I think. I think that it opened up the door for our community to become more diverse, which I'm thrilled about. I think it opened up the door for, besides the tax revenues, I think it was a positive thing with respect to the attention paid to the architecture style. What I don't like about it is that it is in all one place on one parcel and kind of looks, well, it just doesn't look creative. I don't necessarily like that the backs of the houses are the access points, but that's what you have to do with construction like this in order for the fronts to look pretty. I get it, but it's just bleh.
All right, I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir. I got it.
Ask you to take a look at this. These are emails between you and the town manager. It's titled "The Mayor's Warfield Obsession: Thought for the Day, Revised New Construction Guidelines." Why do you refer to it as the Mayor's Warfield Obsession?
Because for chunks of time over the last 2 years, I have slept, ate, drank, and dreamed Warfield. So that's just a little, which is something that the recipient of this email would have understood.
All right, and then you say perhaps you've seen this, perhaps you've studied it, perhaps ever seen it, even ever seen it. Look at pages 19, 20. These are the view sheds I'm talking about. And I don't know the elevations, and I'm not standing there right now, but the required preservation of these view sheds is going to likely limit any developer's opportunity to build something too tall, like 3 or 4 stories, 2 over 2S. I wonder if they've forgotten or assume they have. I doubt very much they have considered any of these new construction guidelines with respect to that, which has informed their SIC zoning text amendments. Also check out page 15.
Yes, sir.
Why did you send this to Mr. Costantini?
I think it's pretty apparent. I was bringing something to his attention that we would probably later discuss.
And were you aware that the existing zoning ordinance allows for up to 6 stories?
I am aware, but the placement of those structures would have to be in a location and placed in a manner that the view sheds were not obstructed.
Now, Mayor Link, if on February 24th, 2022, you had that concern about the development, what, if anything, did you do to make sure this particular concern was communicated or conveyed to the Warfield developers?
Nothing.
And why, if you had a particular concern on this issue, period, which seemed to be a significant issue to you, why didn't you convey it formally or informally to the Warfield developers so that they could address it?
I just probably assumed that it was either something they were aware of and neglected or ignored, or that if this were to move forward, it would be something that would be discussed at length. It's not my responsibility, really, to just bring up my flight of ideas and bother the developers with it.
Well,
I just don't feel compelled to do so, is your answer.
Well, although you don't feel compelled to do so, if you're going to be leading the opposition to the project, shouldn't you be conveying the basis of some of your reservations to
I'm
the
not
developer?
leading the opposition, sir.
Well, if you're not leading the opposition, who is?
Objection.
I don't know that there is an opposition.
Do you deny, based on everything we've seen today, that you have not been leading the opposition to the Warfield developers' proposal for this property?
No, I would deny that.
Okay. Show you what is marked as page 26. I ask if you identify this. Take a minute and look this over. And why are you sending this email to Mr. Constantini?
Versus sending it to someone else?
Yeah, no, but what was your purpose in sending it to him?
To communicate the contents?
All right, but what specifically were you trying to get across to him, or you wanted him to address by this?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Maybe I'm getting giddy.
It's late.
Yeah, I don't, maybe I could ask you to be more specific with your question.
Sure. Let's
Okay.
take a look at page 2.
Thank you.
I want to get the most out of their efforts in the short run. I want a defined expectation for the bare minimum in getting structures to dry shells ready for interior build-out, waterproofing and roof stabilization, environmental remediation. Here's my thinking, because if they stick around in the immediate future, when you say that, if they stick around in the immediate future, you're referring to the Warfield developers, isn't that correct?
I don't know. If you give me time, I will read the contents of this entire thing so I can speak intelligently to it.
What I'm asking about is at the bottom of page 1, at the last sentence there, here's my thinking, because if they stick around in the immediate future, I want to get the most out of their efforts in the short run. I want a defined expectation for the bare minimum in getting the structures to dry shells ready for interior build-out, waterproofing and roof stabilization, and environmental remediation.
Okay.
So in February of 2022, when the Planning Commission was considering the text amendment, was it your plan at that time, if they stick around in the short run, to get as much out of the Warfield developers as possible by getting them at least to bring the building to dry shells, so when the town would seek reversion, that they would then be able to market them?
Objection. The document speaks for itself, and you are characterizing.
Go ahead, you may answer.
Well, the answer is I do not know.
Isn't it true, based on this email, that you actually had a plan at the very time that the Planning Commission was considering the text amendment to try to, in the, quote, short run, if the developers, quote, stick around, to get them to at least bring the buildings to a dry shell, so at that point the town could then seek reversion and then seek to market them themselves?
Same objection.
I don't know. If you want me to read this entire thing so that I can put myself in my own shoes when I was writing this, I will be glad to do that.
Is there any...
But what you're proposing is false. There is no master plan or listen. Your clients are the ones that are in default of the preservation agreement, and you're acting as if I have made that happen. And in actuality, what's happening here is the town of Sykesville is putting forth one of our I guess you would call it values, which is accountability. And that's what this email, I'm sure, was rooted in. I haven't read it in its entirety, so I don't know.
Mayor Link, what other conclusions should any neutral reader of this reach?
Objection.
That when you say here, here's my thinking, because if they stick around in the immediate future, I want to get the most out of their efforts in the short run. I want to get dry shells ready for interior build-out.
Sure.
What else can be concluded other than when you do this 3 weeks before the Planning Commission denial of their text amendment, that you're planning a reversionary takeover of the property so that you can market it yourself?
Objection. The mayor has testified that the alternative conclusion is exactly what she said. And you continue to mischaracterize her testimony, mischaracterize documents, and to ask her hypotheticals about things she can't possibly answer.
Go ahead, you may answer.
I still don't know your question.
Show
You want to repeat it, please?
We'll move on.
Okay.
I'll show you what is marked as exhibit number 27, which is the town's Sustainable Community Program application. And I'd ask you to turn to page 12. And the question here is, has the jurisdiction partnered with any community development corporations to improve its housing stock, increase the...
Time out, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt
Sure.
you, but you're telling me to go to page 12, and I'm seeing page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Switch copies, I'll give it to you.
And you have one for my attorney?
She's got one.
Yeah, I think she's asking you to direct me to the page.
I'll do yours too. Hold on.
Here, you take that one, and I'll take the one he's about to give me.
Here we
since
are.
It's a reach.
I think I have it, actually.
All right.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay.
It says, has the jurisdiction partnered with any community development corporations to improve its housing stock, increase the availability of affordable housing, or support those experiencing homelessness or being threatened with eviction? Has the jurisdiction initiated its own programs to do the same? And the town checked the box, not applicable. Why did the town do that, if you know?
What number question?
He's reading you.
Oh, the bottom one. I can't speak to this either, I'm sorry.
Would you agree that the answer to all of these questions...
Oh, all of them?
Okay, let's break them down.
Okay.
All the questions the state's asking sustainable communities in the renewal application.
Mm-hmm.
Has the jurisdiction partnered with any community development corporations to improve its housing stock? The answer to that question is no, isn't it?
Objection.
I have to assume that whoever completed this from a staff level answered this thoughtfully.
But I'm asking you a different question.
Okay.
I'm not asking you right now about what was put in the application. I'm asking you
you're
about
not now.
what is accurate now.
Okay.
What is the actual history? And my specific question is, has Sykesville ever partnered with any community development corporation to improve its housing stock?
Community Development Corporation would refer to what?
Any nonprofit or other entity established by federal or state law or by nonprofit incorporation to be a community development partner for the purposes of developing affordable housing.
Mr. Maloney, your question is unlimited in time and therefore requires the witness to answer
Well,
with respect
I'll
to...
rephrase it.
Thank you.
Since you became a public official in the town more than a decade ago, has the town ever partnered with any community development corporation to improve its housing stock?
I can say most recently the Downtown Sykesville Connection is currently working to provide at least one affordable rental unit on the upper level of their building that they've recently acquired by way of support from the town of Sykesville.
So that would be one single residential unit near Main Street?
It would be on Main Street, yes.
All right. Other than that one single residential unit on Main Street, has, during your more than a decade in office, has Sykesville, town of Sykesville, ever partnered with any community development corporation to improve its housing stock?
Yes, I mean the facade improvement grant program that the town works with the property owners on Main Street, all have been inclusive of residential stock on above street level.
How many residential units on Main Street's facades have been improved as a result of that partnership?
My guess would be upwards of 30.
Okay. Other than that, has Sykesville ever partnered with any community development corporation to improve its housing stock during your terms in office?
Not that I can speak of off the top of my head. I could do some research for you, but no, today I can only say only what I've provided.
During your decade in office, has the town of Sykesville partnered with any community development corporation to increase the availability of affordable housing?
I guess not. I don't know. Can't speak to that with a lot of confidence. I'm sorry.
And during your term of office, since in the last decade, as council member and mayor, has the town of Sykesville initiated any of its own programs to increase the availability of affordable housing?
I can't speak to that either.
Well, is the answer, are you familiar with any?
No.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to page 5.
Which 5?
That's a good question. All right, accomplishments, you'll see.
So are we in the same section? Okay, so you're looking at accomplishment number 4?
That's correct. Thank
I
you.
have it.
All right, so here the town is being asked to talk about, in its Sustainable Community Renewal Report, its major accomplishments as respect to the sustainable community. And the only housing accomplishment it lists are once complete, the project will have completed 145 new townhouse-style homes to meet the growing demand of residential housing in the Sykesville area. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you agree that there is, in fact, a growing demand for residential housing in the Sykesville area?
Growing, sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, I'd like you to turn to page 40, if you would.
Oof.
And it's actually not numbered, so I'm going to
Yeah,
have
I'm going
to...
to let you find it. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's fair enough.
How far from the end of the document?
It's right here. I'll find it for you.
Thank you. Oh, and it's really big, so you're going to be able to see it very clearly.
Now, the town reports under weaknesses in housing, quote, there's been a sharp increase in housing prices coupled with record low inventory in the past few years that has made it difficult for people looking to purchase homes in the area. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
And it says uncertainties surrounding the direction of development for the Warfield property makes it difficult to predict the scope of possible housing to become available in the future. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Do you agree that there is no other affordable housing project on the horizon for the town of Sykesville other than the Warfield project?
No, I can't. I would not. I would deny that.
All right. In addition to the Warfield project, what other affordable housing projects are on the horizon within the town of Sykesville?
I can't. I don't know, but I can't say that there aren't.
Well,
I have no idea what anyone's plans are for the limited amount of, we, as you I'm sure are aware, because it's been noted publicly in public forums and in newspaper articles, that we're looking at making it easier for accessory dwelling units to be built on private properties within town limits. That's all I can say.
well, Mayor,
Yeah, sure.
Mayor Link, you are aware that right now you cannot name any specific affordable housing project that is on the horizon, where any developer has contacted the town or is working with the town or communicated with the town that they are going to and expect to build affordable housing.
That's correct. But I can't deny that there isn't something on the horizon.
Well, that's what's on the horizon. You're telling me there might be something unknown on the horizon.
Well, the way you asked your question is why the way I answered it. But sure, we're on the same page. That's right, I
I'm
cannot
asking
name
you
it.
what is known to you.
Yep, and I cannot.
The only known project in the future to address affordable housing right now is the Warfield project. Isn't that correct?
Well, that project is not on the horizon.
Well, because of the denial of the text amendment, correct?
No, not at all.
Well, other than the Warfield project,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any awareness of any specific project that is being planned, contemplated, or worked on for any specific parcel that would create affordable housing within Sykesville?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to look at the next page.
Oops.
That's all right.
Shame, shame.
Wait, let me.
It's probably about 6 pages from the back.
I got it.
Section B. All right, we're there, Mr. Maloney.
All right, we're looking at desired outcomes and strategies for sustainable communities. One of them is to offer density bonuses to developers to allow a greater number of dwelling units per acre if allocated for low-income housing. Has the town done that?
I hate to keep doing this to you, but if you can tell me where on this page you're reading from, it will be helpful.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you. You found it?
I think.
Outcome 3, did you say? Or did you not say? I don't.
Strategy outcome 3.
Okay,
correct.
then I can go there. Hold on.
All right,
Develop
good.
strategies for creating income levels. Okay.
The states right there, offer density bonuses to developers to allow a greater number of dwelling acre per acre if its portion is allocated for low-income housing. Has the town done that?
No.
Offer waivers of certain fees to projects that include affordable housing units. Have the town does that?
No, but that's something that's a policy we're considering.
All right, but you haven't adopted that policy
No,
or
sir.
done anything with it yet, correct?
Not, sir. Not yet.
Now, the next one you've talked about, accessory dwelling units. Explore the provision of accessory dwelling units to create smaller independent residential dwelling units located on the same lot as a single-family home. Is that something the town is exploring now?
Yes, sir.
Has the town adopted a policy or ordinance to permit it yet?
No. It's much bigger than that.
And the next one is promote the construction and conversion of existing housing into attached or multi-unit housing to provide more selection and offering smaller efficiency units at a lower price point. Has the town done that?
No, as a town entity, we have not, but we certainly support that when that's happening by private developers.
Now, in
Property owners.
July of 2017, you invited Steve McLeaf to your home when you were a council member. Were you council member or mayor then?
When?
July of 2017.
Oh, I was on the council, but I don't remember inviting Steve to my house.
You don't remember him being in your home?
Steve McLeaf in my home?
Yes.
No, I do not.
How about Roger Conley? Was he ever in your home?
No.
You don't remember either of them being in your home?
No, sir.
Did you have conversations with either Mr. McLeaf or Mr. Conley about Warfield when you were a council member?
Mr. McLeaf contacted me on the regular.
And did you speak with him regularly about the Warfield development?
Yes.
Is it
I listened very regularly about the Warfield
all
development.
right? But you listened,
Sure.
correct?
Yeah.
All right. Is it accurate that your communications with Mr. McLeaf, where he would come talk to you, ended after the business relationship between Jonathan Herman and Roger Conley ended?
I wouldn't be able to draw a parallel line or I should say a line to connect those dots.
But you don't deny that those two things are related, do you?
No, what I would say coincides with that timeline is the sale of the property.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, the communication ended when we closed on the property with the developer.
And why was that?
Steve stopped calling.
So your testimony that Steve just stopped calling you, and both Mr. Conley and Mr. McLeaf stopped trying to reach you?
I don't recall Mr. Connolly ever trying to reach me, and yes, I would say to the former.
Is it your testimony that there is no relationship between the end of these communications and Mr. Jonathan Herman's departure from the Warfield partnership?
I would 100% say there is no relationship between the end of those communications because I wasn't the one that ended them. I can't say why they ended other than what I've previously stated. But I see no relationship between Jonathan Herman and the end of my communications with Mr. McLeaf.
Did you attend the Heart of the Civil War Heritage Area on October the 4th, 2021?
Did I attend the Heart of the Civil War Heritage Area? What?
Yes. The annual event that they had.
In October of 21?
Yes.
Not to my memory.
Did you discuss with anyone at a Civil War event the Warfield Project?
Not to my memory.
Have you had any communications with any members of the Carroll County Board of Commissioners about the Warfield Project?
Yes.
Who?
Our district commissioner, Ed Rothstein.
And what? Well, he's no longer your commissioner, is he? Or
He is, thank goodness.
And what communications have you had with him?
Regarding the Warfield development or the lack thereof, his shared frustration.
Okay. And when was this?
Multiple occasions. Ed and I are friends.
And when did you discuss that with him most recently?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the most recent reason why I might have.
What is the Sykesville Citizens Advisory Council?
As it is described, sir.
Well, what is it?
It's an advisory council made up of citizens of Sykesville.
Was its primary purpose to receive public comments about the Warfield project?
No, sir.
What function does it play besides that?
Each member of my citizen advisory council is a member of a different neighborhood in town. And it is as described in multiple public forums, is a conduit for two-way communication between the townspeople and their elected officials.
Were you present at one of the early meetings of the Citizens Advisory Council at the Warfield Community Pavilion on April the 28th, 2022?
I was present because I am the reason why I have the meetings. I run them. So
And
yes, I was.
Did you help create the Citizens Advisory Council?
Did I help create it?
Yes.
I created it.
Yes.
I didn't help create it. I created it.
And was this meeting on April 28th in actuality a rally that was targeted towards driving turnout for the public hearing in opposition to the Warfield zoning text amendment?
I'm quite sure that that's what Alicia reported back after she was there, the only non-resident at the CAC meeting, but no, it was not intended for that at all. It was an education and information sharing opportunity.
About Warfield?
About the several things, but Warfield was a big part of what we talked about.
Did you say anything positive about the Warfield zoning text amendment proposal?
I don't recall saying anything about it in either direction.
Did you refer to the zoning request as, quote, upzoning?
It's possible.
And why would you refer to the zoning request as upzoning?
Because it was the request was to increase residential density.
And why would increasing residential density and reducing commercial density be upzoning or an increase in density?
So you know, whether or not that's the proper terminology, sir, I don't know, but it is something that I said. And why would it what? Why would it be considered upzoning? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Because of the increased residential density and its effect on school capacity, which, as the mayor of Sykesville, if you sat in my seat and had my telephone, you would know why that's such a big deal.
Did you state to the group that night that this project has, quote, the potential to become a 100% high-density residential development?
I did.
And why did you state that?
I still feel that way, and I said that earlier this afternoon.
Did you give the developers, Mr. McLeaf and Mr. Conley, an opportunity to address the Citizens Advisory Council?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because that's not the purpose of the advisory council, and they've had plenty of opportunities to invite as many residents as they would like into their closed-door sessions and vet those individuals. And I don't do vetting when I have a public forum and my CAC. It's the opposite of that.
And if the purpose of the Citizens Advisory...
Which is why I didn't turn Alicia away, but go ahead.
And if the purpose of the Citizens Advisory Council is communication, why didn't you allow them to be part of that communication?
As I just mentioned, they were seeking information from the town's perspective.
At the April 28th, 22 Warfield Citizens Advisory Council meeting, did you express your distrust for Mr. Conley and Mr. McLeaf?
Most likely.
Did you say, quote, if the developers could tell me that my mother loves me, I would ask them for proof. That's how little faith I have.
Yes, I did.
And why did you say that?
Because I have no faith or trust in either of them.
Did you tell that group that night that the reversion agreement was the town's opportunity to take back ownership of the buildings and the D parcel?
Well, of course, it is. That's the truth.
But did you tell that to the group that night?
If Alicia told you I did, then that's the transcript I must have.
Well, I'm not asking you about Alicia. I'm asking your recollection.
My recollection is I don't know that I said that.
Are you denying you said it?
I don't know if I said it.
Did you also tell the group that there was a specific hotel that was interested in coming to Warfield?
Yes.
And was that a true statement?
It was a statement based in a conversation I had with their former broker.
It's the one we talked about earlier today?
Yes, sir.
But you don't know anything about that hotel, do you?
Well, Mr. McLeaf shared details about that with the council at one point about the number of keys and how it wasn't financially sound for the project.
Well, he told you there was a project with 80 keys available, right?
Sure.
And why would 80 keys be economically viable for a site like this?
I have absolutely no idea, and I can't speak to that.
You don't dispute that 80 keys would not be a
Can't speak to that.
viable hotel development there, is that correct?
I cannot speak to that.
Are you criticizing, as one of your objections or criticisms of the Warfield developers, that they did not secure the hotel that was only offering 80 keys?
I cannot speak to that.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 28.
I think it's unfortunate, but I can't criticize necessarily because I don't understand the nuances.
And you don't understand the economic impact of it either, do you?
Well, clearly I do not.
Can we go off the record?
Sure.
So it's
Time now is 5:01. We are going off the record. 5:01. We are back on the record.
Showing you what is marked as Exhibit 28.
I'll take both of them. Thank you.
And this is an email between you and Jeremiah Schofield. Do you see that?
I do. Thank you.
All right. And this references a survey monkey that had been created here. And he's suggesting
One
that...
second, sir. I'm sorry. Let me just read through.
Take your
It's just the way my brain works, so
Take
there's
your
no point
time.
in you starting and me
Take your
stopping.
time.
Is there a second page to this?
Yeah.
This is all I have.
Okay. Oh, QR code.
All right.
Okay.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
One, Mr. Schofield is suggesting a survey monkey to survey the residents of the town.
Yes.
What was your response to his suggestion that the town residents be surveyed about Warfield?
I actually, until reading this, had forgotten all about it, and I'm not sure if I did respond.
Do you agree that a survey of the town residents would make sense?
I agree that certain types of surveys for town residents make sense. I'm not sure that this would be one of them.
Have you made any effort to survey the town residents more formally as opposed to just what you hear from people on the street and at meetings?
I mean, I would say it was a pretty formal survey that I took when I was running and speaking to probably 80% of the residents.
And what did the residents tell you when you were running?
About what?
About Warfield?
What did they tell me about Warfield?
Yeah.
There was actually, unfortunately, a couple people who spoke very negatively about affordable housing, and I educated them about workforce housing and the levels of affordable housing. But overall, the majority of concern for any and all parents of children attending Carroll County schools, specifically the ones in South Carroll, were overcrowding and reaching capacity.
And with respect to his second suggestion, that maybe people would be open to 300 residential units as opposed to 500 or 600. How did you respond to that?
I don't recall.
Do you think that was a good suggestion?
To do what? Ask people if 300 is better
No,
than
to see if
500?
a compromise could be reached between 145 and 500.
I'm not sure that. I don't know if you understand from the perspective of an elected official. Opening a survey up with very broad, like I don't even know how a survey could be created to address what it is that you think Jeremiah is trying to get at in this question. But it's like saying what pizza, you have like 20 kids in the room and what kind of pizza do you want? Like.
All right, but let me ask you a question independent of the survey.
Yeah.
Forget about the survey monkey for a minute.
Okay.
The concept of finding, which Mr. Schofield's suggesting here, somewhere between 145 and 500 as to the acceptable number of residential units. Does that make any sense to you?
No, it doesn't, because the idea, not the idea, I'm sorry, the concept that has been continuously part of the property owner's narrative has been that they are not going to touch the buildings or preserve the buildings until we change the zoning. And so there is like a stop, like that. You ask why I don't want to meet with them or didn't want to meet with them. It has been made abundantly clear that there is no room for negotiation when it has been exemplified time and time again in multiple forums that the buildings just as soon, as a matter of fact, told to one of our council members when she was running for council by Steve McLeaf that they would just let the buildings fall over if they didn't get a fully increase in the ability to build residential on the infill.
Well, why would that be a reason not to meet with them to see if you could find some common ground?
Well, how can you have common ground when somebody says they're not going to touch the buildings until we change zoning?
And who said that to you?
I just said, sir, I'm sorry if you didn't catch it. Steve McLeaf said that to Elizabeth Guroff.
And did he ever say that to you?
I've never spoken to him about this.
And
I don't think he would say that to me.
All right. So,
Would you say that to me, Steve? I don't know.
all right. Would you agree that the residential density is the absolute economic key to unlock the tax credits in this case?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you agree that the catalytic tax credit, the historic and federal tax and state tax credits require a significant residential component to make this work?
Actually, the catalytic historic tax credit does not require any housing component. But then again, that also was opposite of the narrative that Steve has been spreading to everyone.
What's the basis of that statement?
He wants everyone to believe that the buildings have no life and no chance of being restored without it being a residential redevelopment.
And what would be the revenue source that would amortize the cost of renovating these historic buildings? What would pay for that?
Well, what I'm speaking to, you had asked a question about, isn't it true there needs to be a significant residential component for them to receive funding? And I just pointed out that 15 million of it is not contingent upon residential whatsoever. With respect to LIHTC, obviously, it's in the acronym, it's a housing tax credit. So I do get that.
Do you reject the concept that a more robust residential component is necessary for the economic success of any mixed-use project on the site?
I reject the concept that the historic buildings cannot be preserved and stabilized in prep for any adaptive use. That in order to do that, it is required that the housing component be the primary use across the entire campus.
So Mayor Link, if you make that a precondition to proceeding with any revenue-producing development, what's the revenue source for that?
Sir, let me be as respectful of our time as possible in answering this question. Much like it is not the responsibility of a planning commission to come up with an equitable solution for a developer who seemingly has already committed to the idea or the concept that the only way the buildings can be saved is for there to be a nearly 100% minus the 3 buildings that are already commercial redevelopment and infill development is something that is I don't believe it's true, and I believe that if the stabilization of the buildings in the last 5 years were to have occurred in a manner that the buildings were something that could be marketed, that we wouldn't be having this conversation. I wouldn't be here because they would have met their benchmarks, and instead they did what we were always afraid they would do, which was to build the houses and stop. The ones that we agreed to. But wait, one more thing I'd like to say.
Say everything you want to say.
Thank you.
Take your time.
The only other thing I want to say with respect to, your last question is that it needs to be understood that, and I'm not sure you're aware of this, Mr. Maloney, is that when the negotiations were going on prior to the sale of the property to the Warfield entities, there was in the beginning 0 residential involved. The reason why the residential component was introduced in segments is because what we were told, those making the decision to sell the property and creating a contract of sale were told, was that with X number of townhomes, the revenue from that would provide the developer, the property owner, with the opportunity to save this many buildings. And that was for that purpose, we agreed to it. And then Mr. Connolly came back to the town and said, actually, if we can go from this number to this number, we can, and Mr. McLeaf wasn't a part of those conversations because this precedes his tenure as part of the partnership. If you allow this many townhomes, we will be able to not fully. None of this is full restoration. This is stabilization and cold dark shelling it so that they would be marketable and enticing to use, right? To a defense contractor who has 6 months to move in, just like Zateotech did. They wanted to move in and they needed it in 6 months. But without you understanding the nuances to the town's cooperativeness that existed for a very long time, up to the point where it was very not apparent, but just matter of fact, based on the narrative and the lack of action. The two things go together. That we were convinced that we had 2 choices, and one of them was to watch the buildings completely fall down, or to execute, again, not the right words, but to attempt to get the deeds back as per the missing of the benchmarks.
Well, the person who originally told the town that they could proceed with the renovation of those buildings
Yes.
was Jonathan Herman. Isn't
No,
that
no.
right?
This was Mr. Roger Connolly asking for an increase in residential units so that those proceeds could be turned into improvements to the buildings.
Yes, but even before Mr. Conley made that request,
Sure.
Mr. Herman was assuring the town, was he not, that the rehabilitation of the historic buildings could occur up front. He did that, didn't he?
I don't recall him ever coming before the council and saying anything to us about the Warfield project at all, ever.
And in fact, what was promised to the town, and you've testified to this earlier, is most of the conversations and communications were with the mayor himself at that point and not with the council. Isn't that correct?
Right. Well, the mayor's was appointed to be that point of contact by the council, and with the expectations of him reporting back to the council as if he were the, for lack of better terms, the liaison between the two entities.
And one of your complaints about that is that as a council member, you were not privy to the communications between the mayor and the leadership of Warfield at that time. Isn't that correct?
I'm quite sure that we weren't privy to all of it, no.
All right. And with respect to the future phase of the project, you basically at that time, in fact, set up a part of the project which is called future phase. Isn't that right?
I've never heard the phrase future phase before with respect to this project.
Well, it's actually on the plans. Are you not familiar with that?
You're saying we set up the future phase?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by set up.
Part
and
of the
who we
agreement, isn't it?
Again, not familiar with the nuances of the sales agreement because I was not the one at the table. I was getting the information that was offered to us.
And in fact, in the lawsuit that the town has filed, it refers expressly to the future phase, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I have absolutely 100% read the lawsuit, but recalling the phrase future phase is not something I'm familiar with.
I guess I'm just asking you about the economic reality of what you're insisting on and the rationality of it. How is, at this point, the developer supposed to complete what you now say are $2 or $3 million of rehabilitation work on the historic structure with no current revenue source for it?
Objection.
Go ahead.
No. This witness cannot testify to the financial perils or realities of this developer and how the developer is going to live up to its bargain when it bought the property.
I'm asking her about the economic rationality of what she's insisting on in this current position. That the revenue producing development, that any more revenue producing development cannot proceed until the non-revenue producing renovation of the historic buildings occurs. What's the economic rationality of that?
This witness is not an economist and cannot answer that question.
Do you have any idea how that's economically rational?
I don't know that you heard me, anything I just said.
I listened to every word of it.
I am not suggesting that the remaining 9 undeveloped buildings be fully restored and have tenants in them with the use of the funds available to and have been available to the Warfield entities since the day they signed the agreement. I'm suggesting that there was literally no good faith movement on their part with respect to that portion of the agreement.
Well, how do you know that if you refuse to communicate with them?
Because we would know that they have spent money from the escrow because of the way that works. So it isn't a matter of me communicating with them as to whether or not they have, like the work that's been done is something that comes to us in writing, and the associated cost with that work. So this isn't conjecture. I'm saying that there was a fund set up for the purposes of mitigating hazardous materials and stabilizing the buildings, keeping the weather out. And those efforts were not taken in a way that they agreed to take them. That's why we're here today.
All right, our videographer tells me he's about out of film. I've got about 20 minutes left of questions, and then we're done.
Okay.
So why don't we take a restroom break while he changes his film?
Sure.
Time now is 5:17. We are going off the record. This is the end of disc number 3.
Okay. All right.
Time now is 5:22. We are back on the record.
I'm going to show you what is Exhibit 29, which is some emails between yourself, the town manager, and Councilmember Schofield.
Okay. Thank you.
Take a minute and look these over.
Thank you. Should have started here, huh? This doesn't make any sense. 7 p.m. Looks like I already answered your question from your last question for me in this response, but I had to read it to know that I even had one. That I did respond, I mean.
All right, so one of the things you say here is, quote, "The last thing I want is for residents to perceive any attempt on our part to garner public opinion regarding the zoning text amendment petition as fodder for future negotiation." Why did you not want something to serve as the basis for future negotiations with the Warfield development?
Because fodder isn't a good thing to use for negotiations, like for the basis of negotiations. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't when there have been no negotiation at all.
No. What I'm saying is getting arbitrary feedback or input, I should say, if we were to propose something like this to the residents, focusing only on one component of the text amendment would truly just be it would not be founded. It would be fodder because like we are providing them with answers, not questions, for them to come back and then it to be the basis of further negotiation with respect to the text amendment.
Well, if there were public opinion that were expressed that were supportive of aspects of the Warfield development proposal
Sure.
that actually helped the developers
Yeah.
in negotiation, what would be wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong with that, but that's up to the developer if they want to garner input or feedback from the from the town of Sykesville's residents.
And why were you concerned that garnering public opinion would be used as fodder for future negotiations? How would that be how would that work, and how would that be a concern?
So I'll repeat my last answer because I believed I'd already answered the question, because fodder is just that. It's not based in it's not information based in data. We're offering them 4 options, and that is only 4 options on one aspect of the zoning text amendment. And if that's information that would inform a text amendment or a plan that's associated with a text amendment request, that's something that would be important, I think, for the property owners who are proposing the text amendment to garner.
You mean you would be concerned that the supportive public opinion might only be anecdotal and snippets and not represent what the public thinks as a whole?
No, that's not what I said.
Did you believe that developers, you stay here, that they did not consider setbacks for the buildings? What was your basis in believing that?
Where do I say that? What is that relating to?
You said it's belief that developers do not consider the buildings, quote, orientation, scale, proportion, rhythm, massing, height, materials, color, roof shape, details, ornamental, and landscape features.
Right.
What was the basis for all that?
Wait, hold on. She said that the developers, in the email, that the developers didn't consider it. And I'm looking at a sentence on the bottom of the first page of the exhibit that doesn't say that at all. Are you reading from somewhere else?
Well, here's what she's asking. She's saying, quote, what does it do to the view sheds? What will the setbacks in those 2 buildings be? How about their orientation, scale, proportion, rhythm, massing, height, materials, color, roof shape, details, and ornamentation and landscape features look like. Warfield came up with a concept that will allow them to jam as many units into the available green space as possible, seemingly without any consideration to any of the above items, all of which are necessary to consider within the new construction guidelines on the property. Where did you get all that?
Where did I get all of what?
That question there, the idea that they had not considered these,
It was evident
quote,
in-
without consideration to any of these above items.
Well, let me put it this way. If they did consider this list of items, it is unfortunate that the product was what was provided in their proposed plan
So this
with
is
considering these things, because I don't know how that's possible.
So this is February 23rd, 2022, a few weeks before the planning board meeting. What, if anything, did you do to communicate directly or indirectly to the developers your concern about these items?
I did not have any communication with them, and in fact, regarding these items, because the plan was clearly established as getting as many homes, residential rooftops on the empty parcels as possible, as evidenced by the layout of those homes when they came to us before the council and presented it.
All right, but if these were your concerns in February, how was the developer to know these were your concerns when you never conveyed this to them?
But we did convey our concerns as a council when they first brought to us the rooftop overhead drawings, the bird's eye view that Steve created for us.
Well, that was when they were talking about a major conceptual plan and not the actual text amendment here. We're talking about a specific text amendment that was there that would permit these things, and it wasn't a detailed site plan for approval under that text amendment. At this point, it is a text amendment as to what can be allowed, not allowed.
Right.
And you had all these concerns in the context of the Planning Commission considering the text amendment 3 weeks later, and you never once communicated these concerns to the developer, did you?
No, I didn't, because they were not reviewing, the Planning Commission was not reviewing a site plan. It was reviewing a zoning text amendment. This is a conversation between my town manager and I about concerns that I would have with a site plan that was created from the concept they provided us, not the existing text amendment request that was before the Planning Commission.
How were these failures to communicate that we've talked about all afternoon consistent with your duty to deal with the developers in good faith and with a course of fair dealing?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence, and a legal conclusion about her duties and
Go ahead.
obligations.
Go ahead.
No.
What did you do to treat these developers fairly and in good faith throughout this
Her
process?
personally,
Her personally.
Actually, I'm trying to figure out ways I didn't. So we allowed for a public process to go through the open forum, and that's my responsibility.
Anything else?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you now what is marked as Exhibit 30.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now this graphic here,
Yep.
what is it?
It is a summary of a list, I should say. It is a list of facts that are intended to properly inform the town of Sykesville's residents versus the very false narrative that was being provided to select people in town by the property owner.
And who prepared this graphic?
Staff and I.
Who on the staff worked with you?
Joe.
Did you show this to Mr. Herman before you sent it out?
No, sir, I did not.
And how about the email that is at the end talking about the property owner at Warfield at Historic has proposed a zoning text amendment.
Where?
Who proposed the last page?
The email at the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not an email, actually. It's
Yeah.
what, when, where, why.
Okay, so what's your question?
Who prepared that?
Let me read it closely. I'm quite sure it was me, with oversight from staff. This is doing our due diligence with advertising a public hearing, which is also a responsibility of the public elected officials.
Was the graphic that's on page 2 and 3 distributed at the same time as the who, what, and where?
No, those were distributed separately by myself.
All right, how did you distribute them?
I dropped them off at individuals' homes.
So you just went out and handed out flyers?
Yes, sir.
All right, so was one flyer the graphic that's on page 2 and 3, and another flyer the what, when, where, and how?
I don't remember that being the case, but possibly this might have been a front and back situation because I'm a conservationist with paper. So
Okay.
I'm guessing if this was likely a front and back. And I don't know about this. Maybe this went out as well, but it's more likely that it was. Well, one of them went out. I'm not sure which. One went on Facebook, I think, and one. Why? I don't know what your question is.
My question is, first of all, how were they distributed?
Okay, so the answer is I'm not sure which ones were distributed how, but certainly one of these, at minimum, were distributed by hand by myself.
Is it your testimony that one was distributed by hand by you and the other probably on Facebook?
Probably, or
Okay.
a combination for them.
All right, and when you said on the infographics, percentage of residential land use proposed as no more than 50%, you knew at the time that Warfield had revised their proposal to make it no more than 50%. Isn't that correct?
Again, like, I don't know. Let me read here what we're talking about. And you are drawing my attention to percentage of commercial land use?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your question?
Well, with respect to residential, where you say
Oh,
not more than
residential
70%, but you knew at that time that Warfield had proposed to reduce the cap to 50%. Isn't that correct?
No, if I knew that, I would have written that.
And when you say public hearing to be held
And
on
I'm
May,
not sure that that's the case at that time, but go ahead.
and when you say public hearing to be held on May 3rd, who was that a public hearing before?
Who was it a public hearing before?
Yes.
The mayor and town council?
And that was to consider reviewing the denial of the zoning text amendment by the Planning Commission. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and looking at the who, what, when, where, and how, looking at the language in this, how could the developers feel that they are being treated fairly, neutrally, and impartially by the mayor and council when the mayor is posting a flyer like this?
Objection, this witness has no control over the feelings of the principals of the developer.
I honestly, I'm not sure what is unfair about educating the public about the proposed amendment being reviewed and voted on by the council.
What steps did you take prior to the vote on the council to assure that there would be a process that appeared to be independent, objective, neutral, and detached?
Followed the public process.
Anything else?
I don't know of anything else.
Show you what is marked as Exhibit 32.
Thank you.
And ask if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is definitely a Facebook post.
All right. And that included the where, what, when, and how.
I
is
don't
that
think
correct?
so.
Well, let's look at the next page, the last page.
The last page is what you just said.
Yeah,
Where,
was
what,
that
when.
attached to it or just the
No.
other?
Yes, sir. Just this.
All right.
Hooked
Now, the town, in its May 10th, 2023 demand letter, requested that Warfield convey the common elements in future phases. But is it your testimony you're not familiar with what the future phases are?
The future phases of the current project. Is that what you're referring to when you say future phases?
Do you understand what they are?
With respect to the future
Yes.
of the existing development
Yes.
plan?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
The common elements, you understand they are owned and controlled by the condominium association. Is that correct?
I do.
Has there been any demand for reversion made to the condominium association?
I don't know that.
Has there been any allegation that there's anything that the condominium association has done or failed to do to warrant reversion?
I don't know that.
With respect to fair housing, do you understand that Maryland law requires each municipality to have a comprehensive fair housing plan?
I do.
And what has Sykesville done to comply with the state legal requirement that each municipality have a fair housing plan?
I'm not sure. You'd have to allow me the opportunity to speak with staff about that and review all necessary documentation.
Are you referring to the housing component of the master plan?
No, I'm talking about state law that requires all municipal corporations to have a fair housing plan.
As part
Right,
of
it's as
what?
part of our comprehensive plan.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. What?
All right. In the decade that you have been a public official in the town of Sykesville,
Yes.
what, if anything, has Sykesville done to comply with the state law requirement that each municipality have a fair housing plan?
Well, I might have been in an elected official for a decade, but I've only been a part of one comprehensive plan rewrite. And the most recent comprehensive plan is inclusive of that. I'm not sure if
Well-
I've answered your question.
Well, there's no. Would you agree that there is still no comprehensive fair housing plan? Would you agree with that?
I guess so. I don't know.
And why doesn't the town at this point in 2023 have a comprehensive fair housing plan?
It's a good question.
And what's the answer?
One I can't answer. I don't know is the answer.
What have you as mayor done since you've been in office to make sure that the town meets the legal requirement that it have a comprehensive fair housing plan?
Objection. She testified she doesn't know if that exists, and so you are assuming a fact, not in evidence.
Well, actually, no. She thinks there wasn't, and there obviously
No, I
isn't.
said I don't know.
All right. As mayor, are you even familiar with whether or not the town has a comprehensive fair housing plan or not?
I am not.
And have you done anything as mayor to make sure either that the town has one, or if it doesn't, to make sure the town takes steps to come into legal compliance so it does have a comprehensive fair
I have
housing
not.
plan? All right. Are you familiar with the workforce housing rent-to-own project that Enterprise Development proposed in 2015?
No.
Were you on the council at that time?
I was on the council at that time.
Were you even aware that Enterprise Development had proposed it?
No, sir.
Were you aware that town leaders spoke out at public meetings about, quote, the types of people who would be attracted to a project like this, and we don't want poor people in town?
If that has happened, that's cringeworthy, and no, I did not know that. Maybe I missed that meeting. I don't know.
I'm going to show you, and I've only got one copy of this, so you can share this with your council. On January 30th, 2016, Jonathan Herman sent an email to Mr. McLeaf with a copy to Sean Davis. And one of the things that he talked about is the residential development. And he said, quote, "It is my understanding that once we get title and no longer have the county directly involved, comma, the town will gladly permit more residential. The town, in caps, wants more residential and recognizes the limits of office space in the historic building."
Okay.
Have you ever seen that email
No,
before?
sir. I
All right,
haven't.
let's take a minute and look at it.
Oh, is there 2 copies there?
No.
Excuse me.
Hi, Roger.
Hang on.
Since the email headers are missing from all of the emails except the initial one, do you have something that demonstrates that in fact Jonathan Herman was on any of the other emails, or that in fact they are actually connected to the first email?
I'm sorry, but I'm not responding to questions today. I'm not being deposed.
Okay, then the witness can't answer the questions.
My question is simply this. Are you aware of Jonathan Herman taking the position in 2016 that the town actually wanted, at that time, more residential development?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with Jonathan Herman, in the position of Jonathan Herman in 2016, that the town's position was actually that they knew the limitations of commercial development in the historic buildings and were prepared to reduce the scope of what they wanted in that regard?
No, sir.
Have you ever discussed this with Jonathan Herman at any time?
No, sir.
Do you think it is untrue or inconceivable what Mr. Herman was saying in 2016, that the town actually understood then that it needed and wanted more residential and that the commercial component had to be decreased?
I think it's conceivable that if Jonathan did in fact make that statement and referred to the town, that may have meant an individual and not the council on the whole, which is probably why this is news to me.
And the individual would be the mayor, is that
Yes.
correct? All right, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
I have nothing.
Time now is 5:44. This deposition has concluded.
All right, thank you everybody. Have a great
I'm
evening.
taking this off.